Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Wisconsin State Robotics Championship. We're about to start practice match number 1. Drivers behind the line. Begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go! Practice match number 2. Drivers behind the line. Begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Attention teams and spectators, as we're watching practice matches fueling up for today's competition, there is a food truck outside with mini donuts and coffee. So now's a great time as we're preparing for qualifications to head on over, support that food truck, and get yourself some donuts along the way.
Practice match number 3. Drivers behind the line. Begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Drivers behind the line. This practice match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Attention teams. Drivers meeting is going to start right after practice match number 6. Sit with your teams. I'll do it in the middle of the field so everyone can see in here. So sit with your teams, drivers, right after practice match number 6.
All right, drivers behind the line. We're going to get this practice match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, teams, this is our final practice match today. Immediately following the conclusion of practice match 6, we will begin the drivers' meeting. Please have your drive team and the stands for the drivers' meeting. We'll begin immediately after this match. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Audio level good? I think that's good. We have a thumbs up here on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Attention teams. Drivers meeting is going to begin right at 8:45. We're going to roll right into drivers meeting at 8:45. If you are part of the first qualification match, bring your robot out on the field if you are ready, and cue it for opening ceremonies. Again, if you're in the first qualification match, bring your robot out on the field and cue it for the first qualification match before opening ceremonies. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here with the driver's meeting. We're going to try and make this as quick as we can. My name is Justin Cooper. I am the FTA. We have two other FTAs here. We have Dan, and we have Jensen somewhere. Field supervisor, I have Dave and Sean right there. And Travis. We have several CSAs around. If you need something, talk to one of the FTAs. We have a communication path with our CSAs. If you need anything with your robot programming, electrical, troubleshooting, with the field connectivity, just let one of the FTAs know and we can get a hold of the CSAs. Please remember to model gracious professionalism, the G201 and E102 within the game manual. Safety. Safety is the #1 priority. I know there is a couple cable humps in inconvenient spots. Please make, especially when we get into the playoffs, make the good attempt to get to the field and be it safe. Right? Safety is our #1 priority. Again, at no reason should anyone be stepping over the guardrails. The guardrails are off limits. Go through the gates. Wait for the green safe lights on the actual driver stations like they are currently before entering the field. Operator consoles. Make sure you have the hook tape on the bottom of your driver stations. Hook tape, bottom of driver station, so your driver station does not fall off on impact. E-stop, A-stops, there's always a question on that. The A-stop is on your right. It is the yellow box. A-stop will disable your robot for autonomous only. Once we get into the teleop period, your robot will be functional again. E-stop, if you press it, the gray box that's on your left, drivers, that will disable your robot for the rest of the match. In case if anyone needs medical attention, EMS is at the pit admin. We will get a hold. We will be using Nexus. You should all had a slip in your driver's packet. We will be using Nexus notification to alert you when you have a match upcoming. From there, you can go ahead and respond accordingly to the field. Field for queuing. We are going to be coming in. We're going to be coming in, loading in on the non-processor side, coming out on the processor side. So for blue, you're going to be coming in on the scoring table side, going out non-scoring side, and it's the opposite on red. Technicians and carts, there are zones laid out in the corners for the technician and cart to stay during the match. For media badges, for media representatives from each team, make sure you do have your media button. And I ask that you stand on the non-scoring side and don't block the chairs where judges are sitting. And try to kneel so you are not blocking the audience that's behind. One thing that you may have noticed already, the barge. There is no lights in the barge, right? To signify that with the red and blue, okay? We do have the hull of the barge here, but we do not have the lights. So we are working on getting those. Those were not shipped with the field. from New Hampshire. We are working on getting those. And then there is 4 diffuser panels that are missing in the middle here. So Michael, the head ref, and myself and the other FTAs will be watching. Try not to get tangled up, but if you do get tangled up where there is normally a diffuser, we will make reasonable accommodations for that. Scoring elements. Check your scoring elements before the start of the match. If you do see a algae that is low on air, talk to one of the field reset. We will get that swapped out for you. So we will be playing some qualification matches, doing lunch, playing some more qualification matches. Then right after that last qualification match, we will be doing the break and flowing right into a line selection. And I'm going to go and turn over to Michael here to go through the head ref stuff.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael, and I will be your head ref for today. First thing that we're gonna go over is we're gonna demonstrate what it's gonna look like if there is a foul or a major foul called on you. So our beautiful referee here, Jason, is going to demonstrate a regular foul. Now he's going to demonstrate a major foul. And lastly, he's going to demonstrate what it looks like when we start counting a pin. One more thing, Jason. Show us what it looks like when we clear a penalty. Thank you. Next thing up, we're going to quickly review yellow and red cards. As a reminder, the head referee may assign yellow cards as a warning or red cards for egregious behavior. This will be indicated by the game announcer going on the mic and explaining what the penalty was, and the head ref showing the card up by the score table. If this does ever happen, we will make sure a student representative from your team is in the question box in order to discuss it with you beforehand. If you guys have any questions about a match, we have 2 question boxes. One for the Red Alliance, located over by Dan, who's waving, and one down by the Blue Alliance, where Lizzie is waving. If you have a question about your match, please make sure you show up to the question box within 5 matches of when it is played. Otherwise, we will not be able to review your question. There will also be a paddle available once you get to the question box. If you need the head ref, show the ref side. If you need the FTA, make sure you show the FTA side. As a reminder, it must be 1 student who can speak and 1 silent observer who can be either a coach or a student but may not speak at the question box. Finally, there will be no viewing of videos, photos, drawings, images, or artistic renderings in the question box. Please come with a specific question and a rule that you'd like to discuss. That way we can have a conversation about it in the question box. Ultimately, we're here to help you, and we want you to understand what's happening. Finally, remember to be prompt to all of your matches and to review Rule G301. Make sure that you are on the field and ready to go by the time that your match is supposed to start. Otherwise, we'll work with you, make sure you're getting on the field, but ultimately we do have to stay on schedule, so please keep that in mind. Any other questions you guys have, feel free to come to the question box. and I'm going to hand it back off. Oh, nope, we're done with the drivers' meeting. All right, opening ceremonies is going to be following this immediately. So good luck and have fun today.
welcome to your tournament MC, first alumna, Allison Conrad.
Good morning, Sheboygan, and welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State Championship. We are going to have an absolute blast here today. We have 31 of the very best teams from all across the state here with one goal: to become our very first Wisconsin State champions. This year's first dive season would not be possible without our 2025 state partner, GE Healthcare. To all of our donors, from the largest companies to small businesses and individual donors who support first and first teams each season, we really could not do this without your support. Being a first team member means access to education and career discovery opportunities through industry certifications, internships, and scholarships. First offers you the opportunity to network with employers and a place in the First community for life. Now, let's recognize a group of our leaders in the First community, our first alumni and our high school seniors. Would you all please rise to be recognized? Thank you for furthering the mission of FIRST and inspiring the next generation of students. For all of our class of 2025 graduating seniors, we will be taking a senior photo right before lunch over at the photo area over there. So teams, please make sure that all of your seniors make it for that later today. There are so many opportunities for you to continue your journey with FIRST right here in Wisconsin. And if you are interested in staying involved, consider coming back as a volunteer. I promise it's fun. Head to firstinspireswisconsin.org/events to check out all of the action happening this offseason and into 2026. Now, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of our volunteers who helped make today's event incredible. This is only possible thanks to their relentless support of this program and these students. Can we give it up for our volunteers here today? Thank you very much. We ask all of you today to continue to honor the FIRST ethos of gracious professionalism. This means doing your best work and at the same time respecting and valuing the experience of others. Today, all the hard work you've put into designing, building, and programming your robots comes to life in thrilling competition. We wish you all the very best of luck. Now, before we get to our first match, I have some exciting guests I'd like to introduce. They're the Assistant Superintendent for the Sheboygan Area School Districts. Please give a warm FIRST Robotics Competition welcome to Rachel Ledesma.
I will just start by saying that I've seen lots of teams go out to different robotics competitions. I have approved lots of field trips, but this is my first time in person, and I'm just super excited to be here. The energy is contagious, and just seeing all the teams work so hard and have that hard work come to fruition. As shared, my name is Rachel Ledesma, the Assistant Superintendent of the Sheboygan Area School District. We are excited to welcome you, the top 31 FIRST Robotics competition teams in Wisconsin, to Sheboygan North High School. North High School is part of the Sheboygan Area School District, where over 1,700 dedicated staff members serve more than 900 students each year. It's an honor to host this prestigious event in our district. A community committed to excellence in education, innovation, and opportunity. Here in Sheboygan, we are affectionately known as the Malibu of the Midwest. Our city sits on the shores of Lake Michigan and offers a unique blend of natural beauty, creativity, and industry. It's also home to nationally recognized companies like Kohler, Johnsonville, Sargento, Acuity, and others that reflect the spirit of innovation that drives this very competition. If you haven't done so already, be sure to check out all that this spectacular community has to offer. Throughout the competition today, you'll show outstanding innovation, collaboration, and competitive spirit as your teams showcase hard work and engineering excellence. Your teams will combine engineering, strategy, and creativity while embracing the core value of gracious professionalism. Thank you to all the students, mentors, volunteers, and supporters who have made this celebration of science, technology, engineering, and math possible. Also, a special thanks to everyone on the Sheboygan team, and especially Red Raider Robotics that helped to make this event happen, as well as Melpor Sigma for field setup. A special thanks. Best of luck to all the teams. Let's make this a championship to remember.
Thank you so much, Rachel. That was amazing. Now, I'd like to introduce you all to a very important group of people who have the very busy schedule today, our judges, led by Judge Advisor Kristen Flickinger. Let's give them all a round of applause. These individuals have a very difficult job today of singling out the best of today's teams. They will be in the pits today asking your team questions about your robots and your team cultures. We look forward to seeing the outcome of their hard work at the award ceremony during our playoff matches this afternoon. Next, please welcome your first technical advisors and control system advisors, led by Event FTA and first alumnus, Justin Cooper. Our technical volunteers know the ins and outs of the robot control system we use to run this competition and are key to keeping this event running smoothly. Thank you very much, technical engineers. Now, I'd like to introduce our referee crew, led by head referee and first alumnus, Michael Keppert. Our referees have the difficult job today of ensuring everyone is playing by the rules. As in previous seasons, their rulings are final and there will be no video reviews. Please help keep us on schedule today by respecting their decisions and directing your questions to the question boxes, which are located near each exit of the field. Thank you very much, referees. Now, lastly, we would like to thank our coaches, our mentors, and our parents who are critical to our students' learning experience and our team's successes. Let's give it up for all our coaches, mentors, and parents. Now, here's the general schedule for the day. In just a few moments, we will be beginning our first qualification match. Following our qualification rounds, we will be moving into alliance selection, where the top-ranked teams will be choosing their own alliances of 3 robots to compete in our elimination rounds this afternoon. We will be handing out awards during our playoff matches, culminating in our event winner award at the very end. Finally, some general venue housekeeping and safety reminders before we get started. Please note the locations of the emergency exits. There is a fire extinguisher over at Pit Admin, as well as at the scoring table and various locations throughout the building. There is also a first aid station, which is located at Pit Admin. Safety is everyone's responsibility here today, so please make sure to keep walkways and exits clear, and if you see something unsafe, please correct it or direct your questions to Pit Admin. It is important for everyone to have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time here. We encourage everyone to take advantage of our quiet room here today, located in room 152, if you need a moment to recharge and get away from all the noise and action of the field. Additionally, if anything or anyone makes you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. The First community cares for one another. So if you notice someone seems to be having a tough time, take a minute to check in on them and see how you can lend a hand. Together, we can ensure that this event is a safe and fun event for everyone. Now, before we begin our first match, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Robot fans, I have just one question left. Who's ready to play some Reefscape? All right, let's power up our robots. Teams in the first match, please take the field as we get ready to start the day with match number 1 here at the Wisconsin State Championship. Thank you.
As teams are loading onto the field, we all know these events would not be possible without the support of all of our Wisconsin partners. We mentioned a few in opening ceremonies. One of them is Regal Rexnord, and we have a short video prepared for them for this event.
One reason why I think first teams should consider Regal Rexnord is because it's, I would say, like a next logical step.
I think entering into first opened the door to engineering for me.
I get really excited by being able to work on a different thing every day.
The opportunity that this company gives me to learn, and they want to see me grow.
A lot of the things that you do in first, a lot of the components you work with, the robotics, the automation, a lot of our products depend heavily and revolve around all those systems and parts.
And that is like fundamentally like what we do here at Regal Rexnord.
So you can take a lot of the experience that you have from first and say, I already know what this is, I recognize how it works.
We're an engineering company through and through. Our products do have real world impact.
Mining to food and beverage and e-commerce, something new all the time.
We create a better tomorrow.
We create a better tomorrow.
We create a better tomorrow.
All right, let's meet our team for qualification match number 1. Starting us off on red, it's team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Mukwonago Bears.
And joining them, it's 6575.
They're from Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farah Dermis.
And bringing the thunder, it's 10264.
The rookies from Menominee, Wisconsin, Storm.
All right, let's dive into our blue alliance. Digging up first, it's 1306.
From Middleton, Badgerbot.
And their partner giving it up for 7103.
Right out of Manitowoc, it's Robo Remedy.
And cranking up the heat, it's 2194.
They're from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Fondy Fire.
We have a thumbs up here on the field. Divers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
The state championship begins, and it's the autonomous period. 2 Red Alliance robots going up, and 2 Coral scored. That's Ferrodermis and Mukwonago for the Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance, first ones with points on the board. 2 Coral looking for the third. Fondy Fire coming in hot. Robo Remedy off the line as drivers take the controls here. All tied up, 30-30. A couple more Coral coming out from Red in that autonomous period. Mukwonago's got another, falls into their partner Storm. Meanwhile, Ferrodermis, they've got an algae. They're looking to pop it into their alliance as processor potentially. There they go. Mukwonago going up with an algae of their own. 1 in for the Red Alliance from their human player as Fondy's got an algae. For the Blue Alliance, it's Badgerbots and Robo Remedy focused on the reef. Another 5 points coming in from them. Maybe a misfire there, but they got it the second time. And here comes Fondi, their partners, Robo Remedy, looking to pop 5 on there for blue and extend this lead 75-52 with 1:30 to play in the match. McGuanago looking for level 3, not quite able to find it, but it lands in the trough. Points are points, looking for some more. Their partners, Storm, maybe trying to disrupt some of those pre-stage game pieces, now switching over to the Coral Station, and their human players sights set on that Coral, and they look to try to get it a second one. Maybe more success there as their partners, Ferrodormus, go up with a Coral of their own. A minute to play. Blue starting to take a bit of a lead here. 116-67 in the final minute of this match. Reds Reef, 2 Algae remaining. Blues now 2. Robo Remedy knocking another one off there as they move that manipulator in their robot to grab that Coral. Up, up, up goes that sliding elevator and on to level 3 of their Alliance's Reef. We hit the 40-second mark here, and Blue has quite a few Corals scored. 2 of those 4 levels with enough Coral for the ranking point. Fondi looking to fill up level 1. Their partners much the same as Robo Remedy goes for level 2 here. They're looking for that Coral ranking point as we hear the end game sound. Red, 1 of those 4 levels scored. They're going to need to act fast to get that ranking point. Now up to 2, but their sights are set on the barge. Those cages. Ferrodermis has got 1. McGuanago looking for theirs. 5 seconds. Who can get up? Ferrodermis is up. McGuanago looks like they're up. A fast slide in from the Blue Alliance as we hear the buzzer in qualification match 1. Scores are in from our first qualification match here at the Wisconsin State Championship. It is the Blue Alliance taking home the first victory. Final score 154 to Reds 122. They're going to be walking away with 5 ranking points from that match. Red, though, not walking away empty-handed. 2 of those bonus objective RPs in their possession.
All right, robot fans, qualification match number 2. Starting us off on red, it's 2202.
From Brookfield, Beast Robotics.
And their partners give it up for 5826.
They're from Chippewa Falls, Avis Automata.
And with their robot hammerhead, it's 3197.
They're from Cedarburg High School in Cedarburg, Hexhounds.
Moving on over to our blue side of the field, please give a round of applause for 537.
From Sussex, Charger Robotics.
And their partners, it's 2830.
From Milwaukee, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And they're kicking it into overdrive, it's 10553.
Our other rookie from Oregon, Wisconsin, Orange Overdrive.
All right, everybody, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 2, 3 robots up for your Red Alliance. Hexhounds coming in hot. Their partners Avis with a second coral themselves. Charger looking to de-algify that reef, while 2830 Riverside Robo Tigers go up for a coral. Hexhounds and Avis not done though. One looking for the second there. Red is up coming into the teleoperated period. 30-16. Drivers are at the controls, and it's Beast Robotics heading towards that coral station, looking to grab it. They got it into their manipulator. Some great coordination with their human player, and they're up top for 5. Blue, though, not looking to be outdone. That's Charger going up for a coral score of their own. Their partners right in front of their reef. That's Riverside Robo Tigers. Misaligned there. They got it. They're moving with some help from their partners. Orange Overdrive looking to bring some flavor to that reef. There it is, 2 points from the rookies. Charger and Riverside switching places. Riverside goes up to level 2. That's a level 1 score. It falls, and points are points. 2 points for them. A miss from Charger. Red, though, their reef filling up quite quick. Red's level 4 has enough coral for the RP, but they need the other 3 levels to have at least 5 coral on them for that RP. That threshold can be lowered to just 3 levels with a cooperation bonus from either alliance. Looks like Blue may have gone for it, but Red is aiming purely for those coral scores as Avis goes up top for another. Hexhounds right on the front of the reef, looking to deposit on level 1. Beast swerving in right around them in the gap towards the back of the reef by their partners. Charger Robotics for Blue. Level 3, their aim. Let's see if they can get it. Maybe some trouble getting the coral out of their manipulator. Those wheels spinning, but things not quite operating as expected until just then. And those 4 points scored, they're going to need to start building back their point total as Red has taken an advantage, 122 to Blue's 158 here with 36 seconds remaining. About 20% of the match left, and Riverside now focused on the topmost level for 5 points. Their partners opposite side of the reef doing the same. Blue, they look like they're focused on those rank points. 1 robot up. That's the rookies, Orange Overdrive. Charger looking to do the same. Is Riverside going to try to triple climb with this? We'll see. 13 seconds, and Beast is the first one in for Red, but Hexhounds might be the first ones up. 8 seconds as we see them ascend on that cage. Their partners Beast parked, looking to align on that cage. Avis for one last score as we hear the buzzer in qualification 2. You want it, we got it. Scores for qualification 2 are here, and the victory is your Red Alliance. Final score 138 to Blues 83. Red walking away with all 6 ranking points in that match. Both alliances, however, owning that autonomous and barge RP.
All right, let's get it ready for qualification match number 3. Starting us off, it's 5903.
From Westby, Thorbot.
And joining them, it's 4786.
They're from Glendale, Nicolay Fear.
And their partner, give it up for 7915.
They're from Ripon High School in Ripon Robotics.
And shifting gears to our Blue Alliance, give it up for 1259.
They're from Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And their partners, it's 1792.
Out of Oak Creek, Round Table Robotics.
And waddling in with them, it's 1220.
It's their rookie season out of Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
All right, let's get this qualification match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous begins all 6 robots off of the starting line here. 1 coral up for red, 1 for blue. The second coming in from Ripon. Fear for red going up for a second themselves, and 1 on the trough. A lot of scoring going on here from both alliances, and here comes another from Round Table Robotics. 36-33, a tight score coming into teleoperated. Drivers now at the controls, and it's all up to them. Ripon for the Red Alliance. Looks like maybe they are stuck a bit on their barge. Their partners, in the meantime, putting in the work, but still facing the defense of Rockhopper Robotics for the Blue Alliance, trying to shut down that coral station. Nicolay is going to have to look elsewhere if they want game pieces. Their partners, though, unimpeded. Thorbots laying down those coral onto level 4. Here's another 5 points for red, keeping them up in the score, 67-63. But blue's coming back, and here's another. That's your Blue Alliance robot paradigm shift going for level 3, 4 points. Popping another. That's another on level 3. They're trying to claw back this lead, 71-76. 1 coral could be the difference, and here it comes from Round Table. There it is. We're tied up at 76 and half the match to play. I'm sensing a banger on our hands as Thorbots goes up for another. 12-20, Rockhopper Robotics still placing that lockdown defense on Fear, but able to make it to that protected reef zone. Fear's popping 1 on level 2. Red is down, though, 84-90. Ripon looks like they may be disabled here on the close side of the field, and it's a 2v3. Blue taking the advantage here. Another 5 points from Paradigm Shift. Round Table looking to go up with another. That articulating manipulator on for 4 points, and 2 of those 4 needed levels for the rank point filled, while red is focused on the win, and they're trying to take back this lead. It is back and forth. Blue's got the lead now, but red had it there for a second, and 2 more coral could mean they get it back. Thorbots for red are in their protected reef zone with 30 seconds to play. De-algified is the Blue Alliance reef, the last one coming off from Round Table Robotics, team 1792 for the Blue Alliance, 12:59. They've got a coral trying to pop it on level 1. Didn't quite make it as we hear the end game sound. 1 point here. It's going to come down to the climbs. Fear still focused on that reef while their partners Thorbots looking to go up. Ripon is parked. That's points. 1 point still. 1 blue robot up. Can any more make it up? 2 parks. This is going to be a close match here in Qualification 3. We have the scores for Qualification 3. A 1 point difference means the victory for the Red Alliance. 151 to 150. Red's walking away with 4 ranking points from that match. A tight match, though, and both alliances putting up great performances. 2 rank points headed the way of your Blue Alliance for those bonus RP.
Moving into qualification match number 4. Starting us off, it's your fantastic host team at 64-81.
From right here in Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
And their partners give it up for 25-06.
From Franklin, Saber Robotics.
And joining them, it's your rookie sensation. Give it up for 10-87.
From Milwaukee, the rookies, Milwaukee City RC.
And on our Blue Alliance, starting us off at 80-24.
From Sparta, Sparta Robotans.
Climbing the hill next to them, it's 1732.
They're out of Milwaukee, Hilltopper Robotics.
And catching waves on their alliance, it's 2826.
From Oshkosh, Wave Robotics.
All right, teams, let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 4 begins. 2 quick coral scores from your Blue Alliance. Red slower, but they still got it. There's 1 up top from Red Raider, and an algae going up from Saber, their partners in red. 2 seconds left. Blue looking for another coral. They'll have it ready to score as drivers take the controls. Blue is up by about 20 points, but here comes another algae from Saber Robotics looking to take a bite out of that reef. Up, up, up goes that elevator and in for 4 points for Red. Another one coming from their human player due to a processor score from the Blue Alliance. Wave, that twisting manipulator, all the way up on level 4. Let's see, precisely aligning. They got it and de-algifying along the way. A wombo combo there as another algae up top but missed from the Red human player in this match. Blue starting to take a lead 69-42, but cutting that, they're up to 46 and another 5 from Red Raider. Milwaukee City RC, team 10-87, focused on level 1 here. There it is, quick at their station. They've got that coral and they're already back in their protected zone on that reef. No defense in this match. It is pure offense, 3v3 on this reef and in the barge. And in the barge, it's currently the Red Alliance way up. They've got 6 in their barge versus the 0 in the, or 2, excuse me, in the Blue Alliance's barge at the 1 minute mark here. Blue just now crossing the 100-point threshold. Red with some quick scores looking to do so themselves. 76-105, another 4 points coming in from Saber. That reef nearly entirely de-algified. Blues much the same, but Wave is stuck on an algae. Their partners able to get them unstuck there. Some great teamwork as they head back to the coral station. Hilltoppers going up for 1. Wave making a splash on that reef. Their partners, Sparta, they're sitting motionless on their side of the field. It looks like they may be disabled as Saber steals an algae from the Blue Alliance. There it is. Going up, that's 9, now 10 in that Alliance's barge at the 32nd point. Blue's still with the lead, though, and it's because of the reef. Check out the difference between these two reefs. Only 4 scored on level 5 for Blue, for Red. Blue, nearly their entire level 4 filled up as they look to level 4 now, level 3 for those 4-point scores. 20 seconds remaining, now just 10. The first ones up are Hilltoppers. Saber trying to grab their cage. Their partner's right next to them. 3 seconds. Can they make it? Might just be some parts for red here as the buzzer sounds in qualification 4. Scores are in. Taking home those 3 ranking points for the win is your Blue Alliance. Final score 154 to Red's 108. Blues walking away with 5 ranking points for the win. I'm going to intro both of you, and then you just, great. Let's meet the teams in the first match or something, I trust you to say words.
I can say words?
I've heard them before.
I've heard them.
Right
Once or twice. I know words.
You got your bandana.
I love your pins, man. I love that.
All right, as we head into qualification match 5, please give a warm welcome for other MCs and game announcers, Bree Gahagan and Itzel Flores.
Oh, this is my cue. Starting off the Red Alliance, we have 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, it is Graffiti.
Joining them is 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it is a Leviathan.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, we have 6421.
From Muskego High School in Muskego, Wisconsin, it is the Warrior Bots.
Now, Taking it over like clockwork to the Blue Alliance, we have 45-31.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin is Steampunked.
Joining them is 77-21.
From Arcadia, Wisconsin is TC Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 62-23.
From Menominee Falls and the Menominee Falls High School is the Arsenal of Engineering. Oh, thank you.
Divers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
It looks like these robots are starting out strong, diving into action. It looks like all 6 robots have left the starting point, giving both alliances a ranking point. It looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, they have 3 coral on L4. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like they have 2 coral on L4, giving them a strong start. So the score right now is 37-23. Hopefully Red Alliance can catch up. It looks like they are, with the Leviathan scoring another coral on L4 and trying to get on the core station. It looks like Graffiti getting another one, hopefully helping out their team members as they do on L4. Looking over here on the Blue Alliance, right here, 62-23, Arsenal of Engineering has been doing a tactic scoring on L4. Right now, they have been trying to do it on L3, and right here, 45-31, Steampunk. Looks like they're going over here on the red side. Looks like they're playing a little bit of defense, and they still have a lot of time to do so, so hopefully they score enough points. Right here, 70-21, TC Robotics successfully scores one on L3, as well as their teammates, 62-23 Arsenal of Engineering, making sure getting that core from their core station and putting it on L3. All right, looking on the red side, looks like that L4 looks pretty occupied and decorative. Looks like all these teams are working very hard to making sure that they are able to get as much points as possible. As 45-31 keeps playing that defense right there, blocking the warrior bots, and making sure that they are not able to get someone from the core station. Over here, 70-21, TC Robotics tries to score one into the net, but looks like the algae flies over on the Red Alliance. There's a lot of action going on, and there's still 45 seconds left to go. All right, TC Robotics tries to score one on L1, as well as their teammates. With 35 seconds left to go, it looks like the reef over there on the Red Alliance looks pretty decorative, and it looks like that they got a ranking point on one of the core sections. 20 seconds left. It looks like our robots are heading now onto the barge to hang. All right, it looks like the warrior bots has been stationed themselves, trying to hang, but that's okay. Over there on the blue side, looks like 2 robots are up, hopefully 3, and that is time. All right, the scores are up, and it looks like the Blue Alliance will take the win this time with a final score of 157, which is actually the high score for today so far.
kicking off qualification 6, we have 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, more robotics.
Joining them, we have 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, paradigm shift.
And capping off red, we have 6574.
From Whitewater High School in Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
Diving into the Blue Alliance, we have 930.
From McGuanago, Wisconsin, McGuanago Bears.
And joining them, we have 1792.
In Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Round Table Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 3197.
From Cedarburg High School in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it is the Hex Hounds.
Divers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Another strong start from both alliances. It looks like over here on the Red Alliance, all robots have left the game field, as well as the Blue Alliance. 1792 looks like they successfully put one on L4, as well as 930 trying to as well, with the 15 seconds over, and now the drivers are taking in control. Right here on the Red Alliance, there are 3 coral on L4, and it looks like 65-74. They're trying to get an algae onto the processor, successfully getting in. Hopefully the human player scoring it now into the net. Over here on the Blue Alliance, looking keep going on that L4 to try to get as many points as possible. The human player had just scored an algae into the net for the Red Alliance. Right, 1742 more robotics, trying to start a tactic for the ranking point, getting some on L3, while they're working with 1259 to get some on L4, right? It looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, 3194 working very nicely with the human player, getting some Cora on pretty fast, right? With 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. The score right now is 90-79, which is a pretty tight score. Hopefully the Red Alliance can keep catching up. Right here, 1259, getting 1 core from the core station. It looks like they're going over here on the other side, which might be a little hard for their drivers to see. On the Blue Alliance, it looks like they have decked out quite a little bit of coral until they can get that ranking point. While these algae right here being scored, 1 successfully by the human player over there on the Red Alliance. Right here, 1259, still getting that coral on. It looks like this 1 coral is sticking on a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't come off so that they can still get those points for it. 40 seconds left, standing on strong both alliances. It looks like the scores are still pretty tight, 128-130, right? As the score keeps getting closer and the time keeps running out, it looks like 3197 still going really strong, focusing on that right side of the reef, right? 18 seconds left. Now these robots are focusing on the hanging, right? Blue Alliance has 2 robots on that barge trying to do those deep hangings. Right here, 6574, attempting to hang and successfully do so, right? As well as 1259 as scores finish. 2 robots on blue side and 2 robots on red side up. victory with a final score of 170, a 2-point difference, getting all 6 ranking points and hopefully getting those ranking points for the team as well.
We do have a quick repost of those qualification scores. The outcome remaining identical. However, you will notice for the Blue Alliance, Team 930 being assessed a yellow card for a G416 violation. A robot may not damage field elements.
Kicking off qualification 7, we have 4786.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
Bringing the thunder, we have 10264.
From Menominee, Wisconsin, it is Storm.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 1306.
Badger Bots Robotics Corporation in Middleton, Wisconsin, it is the Badger Bots.
Diving into the Blue Alliance, we have 2506.
From Franklin, Wisconsin, is Saber Robotics.
And joining them, we have 8024.
From Sparta, it is the Sparta Robotians.
And rounding off blue, we have 5826.
From Chippewa Falls High School in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, is the Avis Automata.
Divers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Right, 2 robots leaving on blue side, and looks like all 3 robots have left on the red alliance, scoring 2 coral, 3 coral actually on L4. It looks like 1306, the Badger Bots, tries to score another one, but fails to do so. Over here on the blue alliance, 5826 is so close to scoring on L4. But it looks like now that the drivers are in control, they're able to do so successfully with such precision. It looks like 4786, Nikolai Fear scores an algae and tries to score another one on the net for the Red Alliance, giving them those extra 4 points. Right, 2506 grabs that algae from the reef, heading on over to the net where they score one successfully in. Right, the score right now is 60-29. Blue Alliance trying to score as many points as they can to catch up with that Red Alliance. 2506. The Saber Robotics grabs another algae from the reef. The reef looks kind of empty right now as they successfully score another one into the net. The Red Alliance looks like they have a lot of coral on L4, and now they're moving on to the L3 level. It looks like they're trying to do some strategy for that ranking point, trying to get a coral on all levels in order to do so. All right, 2506 Saber Robotics, right, keeping in score with that algae, trying to get one, but unfortunately moves on to that red side. Right, 5826 looks like they are struggling a little bit with their intake and mechanisms. Hopefully they can get some help sooner or later. Right, there's still a lot of time left, right? Nikolai Fear still focusing, almost flipping over, but thankfully not. Good teamwork there, scoring into the net. Highly focusing on both coral and algae, right? 1306, Badger Bots tries to get one at L3. It looks like they have successfully won on all levels, getting that ranking point over there on that core station. It looks like that's 10-64, working gracefully with that human player to get as many points as possible. 30 seconds left. These robots are making their final points before heading onto the barge to making sure that they're hanging, right? Saber Robotics looks like they're already there. It's hanging successfully on that deep hang right over there. 80-24, Sparta Robotics looks like they are stationing themselves to do the same thing. 8 seconds left. Drivers are getting prepared. Looks like the Red Alliance is doing a different tactic and still doing the coral even at the end of the match. And it looks like the scores are up, and the Red Alliance takes the win! Final score of 153-67, getting 5 of those ranking points and positioning all those teams at a higher rank.
kicking off qualification 8. Rising from the deep, we have 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it is the Leviathans.
And their rookie year, we have 10287.
From Milwaukee, it is the Milwaukee City RC.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 2830.
Coming from Riverside, Wisconsin High School, from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is the Riverside Tigers.
Waddling on over to the Blue Alliance, we have 1220.
From Milwaukee, it is the Rock Hoppers.
And bringing the style, we have 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, Graffiti.
And capping off the Blue Alliance, we have 6381.
Coming from North High School in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it is the Red Raider Robotics.
Match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
For some of these teams, it is already their second or third match, but looks like that's not keeping them from doing their best. Looking over on the Red Alliance, having 2 core on that L4. Looks like the Leviathans just try to get another one. Over here in the Blue Alliance, 1 on L4, trying to get another one, but couldn't get a core on time. Now the drivers are in control, and it looks like over here that team on the Red Alliance is scoring with precision as they try to score on that L4 level. Leviathans getting 1 from their core station, getting help from the human players, scoring 2 in an amount of 5 seconds on that L4 level. Looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, right here, 12-20, the Rock Hoppers had a little bit of some issues, but they're back in action. 63-81, the Red Raider Robotics. Looks like they're right there scoring on L4, trying to get that ranking point tactic. There's a lot of algae still on that reef, so it looks like both teams, both alliances are trying to focus on core ranking points and action, right? Still with 1 minute and 28 seconds left to go with a score of 59-49. They're very close, so I'm pretty sure the Blue Alliance can reach up to that Red Alliance point score, right? With 28-30, Riverside Robo Tigers gets 1 successfully into that L4. That L4 looks pretty occupied, and with all of them scored all in there. The Graffiti scoring again with precision, successfully doing on that L4. 63-81, now going on that L3, now that the L4 has been filled in all but 1 spot for that Blue Alliance. Over there on that Red Alliance, it looks like all the L4s have been scored but in 2 locations. So now that they are trying to get the Leviathan successfully gets one of the algae using their mechanisms off the reef so that can score that coral into that L3 level. With 30 seconds left to go, looks like 28-30. The Riverside Rover Tigers is now trying to go to the bars to hang in that deep hang, right? 20 seconds left to go. The robots are now approaching that barge with 2 robots over there on the Blue Alliance going for that deep hang, while over here on the Red Alliance, the Leviathans and 10-87 going for those coral scores before the match ends. And that is the final points for qualification 8. 128 to 124, a 4-point difference. It looks like the Red Alliance got their 5 ranking points, moving up those teams.
Diving into qualification 9, catching the wave with 28-26.
From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, it is Wave Robotics.
And joining them, we have 5903.
From West by Wisconsin, Thorbots.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 2202.
Currently, the ranked 2 team from Brookfield, Wisconsin is Beast Robotics.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have 6223.
From Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Arsenal of Engineering.
Joining them, we have 6421.
From Muskego, it is the Warrior Bots.
And running on E-Oil, we have 7103.
From Manitowoc Lutheran High School in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, it is Robo Remedy.
Behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, all 6 robots have left the starting point, giving 2 points on each side regardless of the outcome. It looks like 28-26 tried to score 1 on L4, having some trouble with their mechanisms, but they did score 1 on L4 successfully. And on the Blue Alliance, they scored 2 on that L4 on their reef. Now the drivers are having control. Score of 32-21. Scores keep rising up as these teams, the McGuanaco High School, have just successfully scored a core on L4. Same with 7103. Right over here, 2202 Beast Robotics is moving on with precision to making sure they get that L4 on that little coral, right? 28, 26, right? They get a coral on L3. Looks like they're trying to fill all those L4 levels before they move on to the L3. 63, 54, right here, 70, 03. Moving slowly but surely, making sure that they're able to get the core to score it on that, hopefully that L3 level. Hoping that these teams are able to get that algae off of the reef. Right there, that 62-26 successfully gets it off there and scores a coral as well. All right, 28-26 grabs one from the floor, grabs it with their mechanism and gets that L3. It looks like they're now working together to fill up those levels to get that ranking point where 59-03 Thorbots accidentally knocks an algae off the reef, but it works in favor of 28-26 because now they can score it on that L3 level. Right here, the Warrior Bots doing the same thing, now doing that L3 level while they get help from 7103 and 6223 Arsenal of Engineering. Right, with 36 seconds left to go, these teams are working hard to get the algae off of the area to get those ranking points and scoring that coral on that L3 level. Now these robots are approaching the barge where it looks like both teams right here on the Red Alliance are going for a deep hang. 5903 successfully hangs on that middle section right there where 2202 Beast Robotics tries to do so. And it looks like they get 2 robots on there successfully, the same with on the Blue Alliance. to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 140 to 139. It looks like 7103 received a yellow card for G402. In auto, a drive team member may not directly or indirectly interact with a robot or an operator console.
Let's get qualification 10 started. Kicking it into overdrive, we have 10, 5, 53. And running like clockwork, joining them, we have 45, 31.
From Two Rivers, Steampunk.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 1732.
They're from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools in Milwaukee, Hilltopper Robotics.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have 1714.
From Milwaukee, More Robotics.
And joining them, turning up the heat, we have 2194.
They're out of Fond du Lac. It's Fondy Fire.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 7915.
From Ripon High School in Ripon, Wisconsin, Ripon Robotics.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into qualification at match 10, 3 of these teams in the match are in our top 8 currently. Actually, our 1, 2, and 3 ranked teams, 2 and 3 on the Red Alliance, and number 1 in blue, that's More Robotics, and they're showing why. Another coral from them, one more from Fondy as Autonomous closes. Red on top though, Hilltop Robotics, some coral work of their own, looking for a third there and some de-algification to boot. They're trying to extend the lead, hold on to it maybe. 35-39 now, but still less than a 10-point gap. Blue's Reef already nearly fully de-algified, only 2 algae remaining. Red's still those 4, but 1 popped into the processor from Steampunk on the Red Alliance, currently up by 6 points with 1:50 to play. Hilltoppers looking at level 3 there, 4 points from them. They've got 5 on level 4. Maybe they're going for the rank point here, trying to secure those bonus objectives in addition to the win. Blue, something similar, and with that, they take the lead, 77-75. Another one from More. Fondy coming in hot with another 5 points. Their partner Ripon headed on up to the barge. Maybe a deflated algae though, as they look up, it falls out of their manipulator. No worries, they're realigning, looking for more. Their partner's doing the same. That's 1 bouncing out of the trough, but Fondy for 5. For Red, they're still keeping it close. 2 robots on this Red Alliance versus Blue's 3, but you wouldn't know it from the score. Just 2 points separating these 2 alliances. Neither alliance yet earned that coral bonus, but Red is the closest. 2 of those 3 needed levels because of the cooperation bonus, but maybe their focus shifting to the win. Hilltoppers now focused on that highest level of the reef. Fondy matching them with 1. More looking at level 2. 2 robots on blue, each manning their own coral station. 1 more from More, another from their partners. 40 seconds left. Blue's starting to pull away, but there's another 5. We're within 2 points again. We do see that Blue has earned the coral RP if those corals stay on. Red awful close here. Maybe 1 more needed on level 2 to earn that bonus as Steampunk looks to head towards the cages in the final 20 seconds. Blue's starting to pull away, and we see Ripon. They want that cage already lined up. Let's see what they can do. Next to them, their partners, More Robotics. They want more. They've got a cage in their possession. Hilltoppers trying to climb here on the close side of the field. 10 points, 1 second. 2 red robots up as we hear the buzzer in qualification 10. for qualification match 10. The victory going to your Red Alliance. Pulling off the 2v3, 161 to 151. That 10-point delta flipping towards the Red Alliance, and both of those teams, check that out. Hilltoppers and Steampunk moving into first and second ranked seeds currently.
Let's charge into the 11th qualification. We have 537.
From Sussex, Charger Robotics.
And joining them, we have 1306.
They're from Middleton, Badgerbots.
And shifting on over, we have 1259.
They're from Pewaukee High School in Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have 10264.
They're the rookies from Menominee, Storm.
And with their robot buzz cut, we have 7021.
Out of Arcadia, TC Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 8744.
They're from Eau Claire, Leviathans.
All right, divers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Opposite alliances, it's TC currently ranked number 3, and on the Blue Alliance 1259 Paradigm Shift number 4. This could have some ranking effects here as we see both alliances playing at a high level. Already, both alliances have robots going back for even more, and it's potentially 3 or 4 Coral for the Blue Alliance, giving them the edge coming out of Autonomous. Drivers now at the controls. It's Paradigm Shift, looking to knock over those pre-staged game pieces, clear out some space for play, swapping with their partners. Badgerbots now at the Coral Station. Up top falls to level 1. Their partners, though, a little more success. There it is, 5 points for Red, trying to build back this deficit. But Blue is going ham. That's TC Robotics and Leviathan slithering out to that far side of the reef and heading on over for 5. That ground pickup advantageous for the Blue Alliance. They don't need to go all the way to the coral station. They can just pick up those dropped coral or have their human player pick them up off the ground there. There's another 4 Leviathans as their partners Storm from Menominee looking for a level 2 score. Not quite what they wanted, but they're already back in action, coordinating with their partners, swerving around. It's TC going up top for more as Blue's lead is 20 points with half the match to play. Charger trying to close it. They've got 4. Their partner's popping another one on, and up goes Paradigm. There it is, 5 from them. 5 coming out from Charger here, closing the gap with a minute to play. De-algification attempts here from Leviathans, opening up new scoring opportunities on level 3 of the Reef. Trying to pop one on, bounces off onto the floor. They'll be able to pick that one up later, but first, another from the Reef zone. There it is, 4 points for them. Their partners working on the opposite side. 1306 Badgerbots swerving, sliding in place of their partners who are now approaching the Reef zone. It's Paradigm Shift with the coral in their possession. Not quite sure where they want to score. Now heading on over to the backside of the Reef while Charger Robotics swerves on in. That tiny but mighty robot, slow and steady, looking for level 3. 4 points from them means the gap is less than 10 points as we hear the end game sound. It is barge time. We got Charger already trying to lock onto their cage. TC looking to go up themselves. For Blue, we've got a Park coming out of Storm and Paradigm Shift for Red, trying to make it 2 climbs here. If Charger can get up as well. Paradigm looking to go up. There we go. Charger, they're trying to go up. 2 seconds. Last second climbs. Qualification 11, the scores are in. It was close, but it is a Blue Alliance victory. 140 to 137, 3 points, the difference that gets Blue all 6 of those ranking points, and TC up to that first ranked position. Badgerbots, we did see them in the top 4 earlier, and they're still in a picking position, dropping to 8th with that loss.
into qualification 12. Starting off, we have 31-97.
They're out of Cedarburg, Hexhounds.
And joining them, their rookie year, it is 10-87.
From Milwaukee, the rookies, Milwaukee City RC.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, bringing the style, we have 8701.
They're out of Greendale High School in Greendale, Graffiti.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we have 65, 74. I got it.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, they're Ferrodermis.
And joining them, we have 7103.
Out of Manitowoc, Robo Remedy.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 4706.
They're from Glendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Back in action in qualification 12. All 6 robots moving and grooving. 1, 2, 3 Coral for your Blue Alliance. The third coming in now for the Hexhounds. They got that dog in them, and they got a Coral in there. Robot up for a third as Autonomous comes to a close. 4 Coral on either reef, level 5. I think it's going to be a banger here, all tied up at 37 apiece. It is Milwaukee City RC, Algae Time. They got one of those bouncing off of their reef, and they're headed straight to their Alliance's processor. But straight up, no processor. That is Nicolay Fear for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, Robo Remedy with that sliding elevator, headed up to level 5, looking for more of those scores. Nearly half of that level 4 of the reef filled for your Blue Alliance. Another 5 points coming out of Robo Remedy. Their partners, Ferrodermis, with their iron skin focused on the processor. Both of these alliances trying to activate the cooperation bonus potentially to lower the ranking point threshold. But both of these alliances know that the opposite is fierce and they want the win. That's why we see these high scoring level 4 5-point scores. 2 coming out from red. That's Graffiti. They're looking for another here. Their partners right against the reef. That's Milwaukee City RC, a level 1 score. Hexhounds looking to fill that last slot on level 4 for red. 3 points separating these alliances with a minute to play. Both still going for a triple offensive strategy. No defense here at the championship in qualification 12. It's all scoring all day. Nicolay, they're looking for level 3, another 4 points. Ferrodermis, much the same on the far side of the reef. They've got 4 points popping. It bounces off. Red, though, still down by about 15 points with 40 seconds. Blue's got a bit of a cushion, but they're looking to close that. One potential score from Graffiti, but the first one coming out from the Hexhounds. Milwaukee City RC, they're lined up on the far side, popping one on level 1, but unfortunately one bouncing off in the process. It's moot, but there's 6 points and 20 seconds remaining. Ferrodermis, they're looking to go on their cage to ascend. The first robot to do so yet, nearly being contacted by Milwaukee City RC, trying to score in their processor. Red, now 2 robots looking to climb as well. Hexhounds, looks like they're up. Graffiti trying to latch on. A last-second park from Fear. Blues up by 20, but Red had the climbs. We'll see what the final score is here for Qualification 12. Scores are in for that match. Taking home the victory, the Blue Alliance. 151 to 133. Blue holding on to their lead and taking home 4 ranking points for that win.
Let's get Qualification 13 started with 79-15.
From Rippin' Robotics.
Joining them, we have 64-21.
They're out of Muskego, Warrior Bots.
And kicking it into overdrive, we have 10-5-53.
The rookies from Oregon, Orange Overdrive.
Diving into the blue side, we have 28-30.
They're from Milwaukee, Riverside, Robo Tigers.
Joining them with their robot Barracuda is 9-30.
Out of Maguanago Bears.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 2506.
They're from Franklin High School in Franklin, Saber Robotics.
All right, divers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification 13 here, slow and steady, ripping, going up. Let's see what they got. Trying to pop it on level 1, but they have an algae. Their partners looking for level 5 here, landing on level 1, but meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, that's 3 coral on level 5. Trying to make it a 4th is their partners as Autonomous comes to a close. They've got it on there. There it is. That's the Robo Tigers from Milwaukee going up top for 5. McGuanago answering with another 5 themselves. Their partner, it's been all algae all day from them, and they're not stopping now. That's Saber Robotics looking to pop some up top into the Blue Alliance's barge. Red, different strategy. All 3 robots focused on this reef. They're going up looking for their second level 4 score, but bouncing off, unfortunately. It's the Warrior Bots, their partners. Up goes Rippin', and they're able to successfully pop it on for the points. Nearly a de-algification from Warrior Bots, though, as they pop another on level 1. They're going to switch to algae themselves. It's Orange Overdrive, though, in front of their reef. Let's see maybe a strategy pivot here as they head on over towards their cages. Are they going to go climb? It looks like they may be extending a manipulator, potentially some issues, and they're looking to secure those 12 points for ascending on that cage here and help out the Red Alliance, who's currently down by 42 points with half the match to play. Rippin', though, that dual manipulator hard at work on level 4. They're going to the far side of the reef, and another 5 points for your Red Alliance as we drop just below 1 minute. McGuanago and Riverside each taking a coral station of their own. McGuanago looking for level 3 there. Riverside still looking for level 4 as we hear a field fault. All robots come to a stop. All right, we're going to get the field reset here. We are going to jump into qualification 14. Qualification 13 will be replayed right before our lunch break.
All right, flying into the 14th qualification, we have 5826.
From Chippewa Falls, Avis Automata.
And joining them, better than robotics, is 1714.
From Milwaukee, More Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 1792.
They're out of Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Round Table Robotics.
Diving into the Blue Alliance with a beast of a robot, we have 2202.
They're out of Brookfield, it's Beast Robotics.
Joining them, we have 6381.
From Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
And capping off the Blue Alliance, we have 7021.
Currently ranked number 1 from Arcadia, TC Robotics.
All right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 14, we are so back, and these robots are ready to play. 2 coral up top for the Red Alliance, 1 for blue. TC looks like they're trying to go up, but not quite able to do so. Their elevator stuck. Beast still on the starting line here as Autonomous comes to a close. Red is on top. More Robotics right on the cusp of a picking position, and they want the win to bump up into that top 8. Their partner is also looking for those ranking points going up. That's Round Table Robotics, not able to get it on, and to spin to win more with 5 points themselves. Round Table at the same time. There it is. The reattempt is good from them, extending this lead. TC, though, now in action, already at their coral station and back to the reef in those protected zones. Red Raider from right here in Sheboygan lining up against the reef as well. They're looking to pop one on. Maybe some issues with that manipulator. We'll have to see as they align to the reef. It falls onto level 1, but points are points. That's 2 for your Blue Alliance, who desperately need them to claw back. Red scored now more than double what Blues is with half the match to play. Still, though, it's just a 30-point deficit. 6 coral can be the difference, and here comes one from the robot in blue. That's Beast Robotics up top for 5. As they help their partner, Red Raider, get unstuck from an algae. We see Red's reef completely de-algified, all scoring locations available. Blues, on the other hand, still 3 algae remaining. Those could be popped in the processor, as we've seen Blue doing already to activate potentially the cooperation bonus, or straight up top for 4 points apiece. Red crossing the 100-point threshold here with 45 seconds to play. It's Round Table looking to spear one on level 2. They got it. A level 3 from their partners, Avis. They're already back at the reef. Here's another level 2. They want the rank point. Both of these alliances, 2 levels with enough coral to get it. They'll need 2 more in these last 25 seconds to make it happen. Red Raider looking to go high with it. They got it. That algae up top here as we hear the end game sound. 3 blue robots in the barge zone. First one coming in for Red. That's Round Table Robotics. Right next to them, it's More Robotics trying to align. Neither robot able to do so right now. 5 seconds. They're going to have to be quick. It might just be 3 parks. A quick climb from More Robotics as we hear the buzzer in Qualification 14. robots here for qualification 14. Let's check them out. The ranking points going to your Red Alliance. Holding on to their lead, 159 to Blues, 121. They're walking away with 5 ranking points from that match, and check it out. There it is, more robotics, bumping up to that 5th seeded position.
All right, robot fans, qualification match number 15, starting us off with 62-23.
From Menominee Falls, Arsenal of Engineering.
And their partners on ride, give it up for 21-94.
They're from Fond du Lac, Fondy Fire.
And finishing off our Red Alliance, it's hammer time with 59-03.
From Westby High School and part of the Seven Rivers Robotics Coalition in Westby, Thorbot.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we put the steam in STEM. It's 45-31.
They're from Two Rivers, Steampunk.
And charging in with them, it's 5-37.
From Sussex, Charger Robotics.
They're piloting their robot Voltimore. It's 80-24.
From Sparta, Sparta Robotins.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 15 here. 3 red robots moving, 2 up top for the score. Charger looking to do the same, but just a little shy. All 3 of those robots off of the starting line, though, as red continues to score. That's a level 2 score from them, from Arsenal, and a level 4 for their partners. Red is up because of that 40-9. Blue needs to get in gear here, and that's what Steampunk is doing. A level 2 score for them means they're going to start de-algifying, opening up these scoring opportunities for their partners, 537, who are currently focused on level 4. Those highest point value scores still available to their alliance as one coral bounces onto level 1. Charger slides in right next to the original and places a partner coral. Arsenal of Engineering de-algification in process with an attempted coral. The de-algification successful, and here's another coral from them as they pop that algae off, extending Red Alliance's lead 79-34 with 1:30 to play. Thorbots looking to go up. That elevator, that wrist is moving. We see it up and on, 5 points for them as we see a human player pop 2 algae into Red's barge. That total up to 4 now, and Red almost at the 100-point mark in this match with half to play. Charger Robotics for your Blue Alliance, popping one on level 2. Right next to them, their partners, Sparta. They're going for a coral from their human player. They've got it, and they're looking to the trough with it. 2 points for Blue, 3 coming in from Charger, as we see Steampunk now has switched their goal. That googly-eyed robot now focused on defense and shutting down these Red Alliance robots like Fondi, coming in hot with a coral of their own. Switching gears, they're on that far coral station now with 37 seconds, and they've got another one to score here. Level 2, their aim. Red looks like they feel comfortable with the lead, and they're focused on the RP. That cooperation bonus activated by both alliances, so that ranking point threshold lowered to just 3 levels of the reef, needing 5 coral. And with that, the Red Alliance may have it. There it is, 3 out of 3. Blue still needs 1 more level to activate it as these robots start to climb. First one up is Arsenal. The next is Thorbots. Steampunk going up for Blue with 2 parks here. 1 second, a last second attempt from Fondi brings qualification 15 to a close. Scores in for that last match. The Red Alliance getting the 3 ranking points for that win. Final score 158 to Blue's 78. They're going to be walking away with all 6 rank points in that match, and Arsenal of Engineering jumping up to the #1 seed.
All right, let's cruise right on into our next qualification match. Starting us off, it's 10-2-64.
From Menominee Falls, they are Storm.
And joining them, it's your Phantom Lakes winners, it's 12-20.
They're from Milwaukee, it is the Rock Hoppers.
And diving in with them, give it up for 28-26.
From the Oshkosh Recreational Department in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, they are the Wave Robotics.
All right, making our way over to our Blue Alliance. Starting us off, it's 64-21.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, they are the Warrior Bots.
And joining them on their alliance, it's 31-97.
From Cedarburg, the Hex Hounds.
And I think I'm seeing triple. It's 17-32.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Hilltoppers.
All right, robot fans, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, these robots are not hesitating, and with a wave of excitement, it looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, they got one coral on the level 4 section. It looks like they try to get another one, but failed to do so. Over here on the Red Alliance, they did get one on the L4 successfully. Now the drivers are in control and ready for action. It looks like 1732, the Hilltoppers, looks like that they dropped a coral while they were picking it up right here, but they try to score one on L4, 31-97. The Hex Hounds successfully scores one. Looking over here on the Red Alliance, they're moving on quickly, getting 3 on the L4, 1 on L3. It looks like they may have to start getting algae off of their reef in order to score on that L3 level. Right here, 12-20, the Rock Hoppers are trying to get one on the ground to try to score it on that L1 level. Right, looking over here on the Blue Alliance, 1732 successfully scores one algae into the net, giving them 4 points successfully, and another one on that L4. Looks like 31-97. The Hex Hounds looks like they're trying to get a ranking point and trying to get coral on all those 4 levels. With a 90 for Blue Alliance and 58 for Red Alliance, these teams are competing to get the same amount of points or just higher. Right here on 12-20, looks like they're playing a little bit of defense over here on the Blue Alliance, while 28-26 as well as 10-64, the Storm are trying to score some on the reef, also going for that ranking point as well. With 55 seconds left to go, there's still enough time for teams to make as much point as possible, with the Hilltoppers focusing on both coral and on the algae, as they have scored now 4 algae successfully. Over here, it looks like now 2826 is focusing on that L2 level, getting 2 on there successfully, and moving on to the coral station. It looks like there's a lot of algae over there on the Red Alliance. I'm not sure, 2826 looks like they're trying to get it. They're trying to pick it up to put it on the processor, and instead they put one on that L2. With 20 seconds left to go, robots are now moving onto the barge with the warrior bots looking on that first deep cage, getting on there slowly, also on the Red Alliance. It looks like there's 2 robots up on the Blue Alliance, and red is, with 1 with red and 2 on blue. All right, the scores are in, and the Blue Alliance takes the win for this match with a final score of 168 to 112, getting 5 ranking points for that Blue Alliance.
All right, teams, qualification 17 starting us off. You got a problem, they got the remedy. It's 7103.
From Manitowoc, Wisconsin, it is Robo Remedy.
And joining them on red, give it up for 5826.
From Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, is Avis Autonoma.
And capping off our Red Alliance, it's 8744.
From Clare, Wisconsin, it is the Leviathans.
All right, let's make a splash over here on the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, it's 2506.
From Franklin, Wisconsin, they are the Saber Robotics.
Joining them over here on blue, it's 7915.
From Ripon, Wisconsin, Ripon Robotics.
And round tabling out our alliance, it's 1792.
Coming from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, round table Robotics.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, it looks like on the Red Alliance and Blue Alliance, all the robots had moved from their starting line, giving them that ranking point. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like they got 2 corals successfully on L4, trying to get another one on that reef, but fails to do so. All right, now with robots in control, over here on the Blue Alliance, during auto, it looks like they got 1 on L3 and 1 on L4 right here, 7915. The Ripon Robotics tries to get an algae into the net, right? And also Saber Robotics does the same, successfully doing so. It looks like there's another algae over there for a Red Alliance. Right here, 7103 scores a core on L4 successfully. Looks like the Leviathans and 5826 successfully do so as well. Looks like they're trying to fill up that L4 before they move on to the other levels. It looks like 5826 also knocked down an algae from the reef. Right here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like both alliances are doing the same tactic, trying to fill up all L4 before approaching the lower levels. Saber Robotics gets an algae from the reef and migrates over to the net, scoring 1. Looks like the Blue Alliance has a lot of algae scored into their net. With a score of 100-91, the scores are extremely close, and they still have a lot of time to score some points with 1 minute still left in the match. 7103 scores 1 on the left side on L3. Looks like 5826 also scores another algae into the net, giving them another 4 points. Saber Robotics focusing on that net as they keep scoring algae for their alliance. Looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, they have mostly a lot of coral on those L4 and L3. Looks like in a little bit here, they might be approaching that L2 level, right? Same with the Red Alliance. They're extremely close, right? 5826 does the job for them, grabs that algae and scores it into the net. With 20 seconds still left to go, these robots are moving on to the barge like the Blue Alliance. We're above the Saber Robotics, and Ripon Robotics goes onto the barge, hangs successfully, right, with still these 3 seconds left to go, right? 7103 moves to the barge before the time runs out. All right, folks, scores are in, and the win goes to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 180, which is the new high score for today's competition, the current one, right, which gives them 5 ranking points for those teams.
All right, folks, qualification match number 18. Starting us off from Riverside, it's 2830.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they are the Riverside Robo Tigers.
And they're changing the minds of the people around us. It's 12:59.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
And capping us off on red, it's 6223.
Coming from Menominee Falls High School in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, they are the Arsenal of Engineering.
All right, we're ready to dive in on blue. It's 10-287.
Coming from Milwaukee, they are the Milwaukee City RC.
And joining them, give it up for 1306.
From Middleton, Wisconsin, Badger Bots.
And their partner, ready for more, it's 1714.
Coming from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, More Robotics.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, these robots are swimming on way to the reef. It looks like 1306 Badgerbot successfully puts one coral on the L4, while over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like another L4 was scored by Paradigm Shift, but so close to getting a second one. But when their drivers are in control, they get that one in, working on it and successfully doing so. It looks like 2830 is going through some issues with their robot, but that's okay. They have their buddies here. Nope, they are up and running and ready to go in action. Right, with a score of 29-21, the scores are still pretty close, but the game also just started, so that makes sense. Right, with 17-14 More Robotics, it looks like they successfully simultaneously take out an algae from the reef and score an L4 simultaneously. So right here, the 1306 Badgerbots goes for that L4 as well. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like 6223 gets a core from their core station. It looks like over here on 10-287 is playing defense, trying to block 6223 from getting the core from the core station and scoring it onto the reef. They're getting some help from 2830 and 1259, who are scoring the reef for them as they are getting blocked. Right over here on the blue lines, they're working quick, they're working swiftly as More Robotics quickly takes an algae off the reef, goes over to the core station, gets a coral, and scores it on there. Same with 1306 Badgerbot scoring on L3 with 48 seconds left to go. These teams are working on similar tasks where over here on Blue Alliance, it looks like the majority of the algae have been taken off of the reef, and now they're going for that L3 level. Over here on the Red Alliance, same thing. There are only 2 algae on the reef, and there are about 6 to 7 coral on the L4, now going on to the L3. With 20 seconds left to go, there are a few teams that are still scoring to get those extra points, while some are going on to the barge. On the Red Alliance, it looks like 2830 has successfully hangs on the deep hang, and now 6223 also did it. There's 3 robots successfully on the barge hanging, and there's 1 robot over here on the Blue Alliance. Scores are in, and the Blue Alliance takes the win for this match. A final score of 126-106, giving the Blue Alliance 5 ranking points.
All right, teams, we are cruising past the halfway point of our qualification matches, and we're ready to meet some more teams. Starting us off with your 2 seed, it's 1732.
Currently the #1 ranked team from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them with their robot fin, it's 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Robotics.
And charging in with them, it's 537.
Coming from Hamilton High School in Sussex, Wisconsin, Charger Robotics.
Moving over to our blue side of the field, give it up for 4786.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
Joining them from where you want to go, it's Team 930.
From McGuanago, Wisconsin, McGuanago Bears.
And capping off our blue alliance, it's 4531.
Coming from Two Rivers High School and Two Rivers, Wisconsin, Steampunked.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Divers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, it looks like these robots are ready for action over here on the Red Alliance. It looks like they have 1 core on L4, 2 on L4. 1732 Hilltoppers are going for another one and score successfully. Over here on the Blue Alliance, 4786. Nicolay Fear tries to score 1 on L4, but fails to do so. That's okay. They get an algae that goes into the processor, getting there by the human player and hopefully down to the net. 930 McGuanago Bears simultaneously gets a coral on the reef and gets an algae that goes in the net for that Blue Alliance. Hilltoppers doing the same, grabbing an algae directly from the coral and scoring it into the net. Right, 53 for the Blue Alliance and 49 for the Red Alliance. Right here, 1732 Hilltoppers tries to get an algae in order to score into the processor, but moves on over to the Blue Alliance side. 930 moves quickly on to that human player station, scores 1 on L3. 4786, Nicolay Fear grabs that coral and puts it on near that L4 section, right? Trying to get that ranking point to get, when getting all 4 coral on each of the levels, each alliance can get a ranking point in order to do so. 537, Charger Robotics moves quickly to get a coral from the coral station and moves over on the other side in order to go for those L4s. Same with 1732 Hilltoppers taking in charge of those algae, scoring them into the net. Moving quickly, moving swiftly with 46 seconds left to go. 120 for the Blue Alliance and 105 for the Red Alliance. There's still enough time to score another one so the Red Alliance can catch up with the Blue. Over here with the Blue Alliance, it looks like they are starting their hanging on early, moving over to the barge with 30 seconds left. Hilltoppers, they have taken a break from the algae and now moving on to the coral. Looks like over here, the reef looks a little decorated for the Blue Alliance, as it looks like they have almost all levels for both L4 and L3. It looks like Nicolay Fear put another one into the algae. 930, swifting on over to the barge and hanging successfully. Looks like they're touching a little bit onto the ground. 2 robots for red and 1 robot for blue. All right, this match is going to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 163 to 157. It looks like the Blue Alliance got all 6 ranking points.
Teams, as a reminder before we get into qualification match 20, we are taking a photo of the graduating class 2025 after the last match before lunch behind the bleachers. And with that, let's meet our Red Alliance, or should I say Orange, with 10-553.
They're from Oregon, Orange Overdrive.
Joining them here on red, it's 12-20.
Out of Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
They hail from Sparta. Give it up for 80-24.
They're from Sparta High School in Sparta, Sparta Robotans.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, it's the Terror in teal. It's 70-21.
They're out of Arcadia, TC Robotics.
And joining them here on blue, it's 28-26.
From Oshkosh, Wave Robotics.
And finishing us off on blue, they do not rust. It's 65-74.
Out of Whitewater High School in Whitewater, Farah Dermis.
All right, let's jam it into our next match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots are off. Quick movement there from Wave, making a splash on their reef, de-algifying and scoring. Their partners, Ferrodermis up for 1. TC looking to go up as well as Rockhoppers. Little balancing act there as they de-algify and score for the Red Alliance. Looking for a second. They'll pop that on right out of Autonomous here as we see Red down 15 to Blues 23. That score quickly jumping though. 23 now, just a 4-point difference between these two alliances. Wave Robotics for the Blue Alliance. Maybe having some issues. A Coral stuck in their robot for the time being, trying to grab that with their arm. Not quite what they're hoping for, but their partners are in action, scoring as well. That's Ferrodermis going up top as we see TC. Maybe some issues. They're headed over to play spoiler to the Red Alliance, locking down that Coral station. Orange Overdrive, the rookies, they're looking up top. They've got another Coral on the way into their robot, lining up, communicating with that human player. The communication is key. Now they're beached on an algae there. Their partners helping them get unstuck. That's Rockhoppers hopping on in to save the day. Orange goes up, up, up. Let's see that articulating wrist looking for its target, and it is on. 5 points for the Red Alliance, closing the gap here. But Blue, it's Wave Robotics, able to get that Coral out that was stuck earlier, and they are in action. Heading over to their reef, they're looking for one of the few remaining locations available to score on level 4. Another in their possession, another ground-in-taking robot that's taking advantage of the ability to not be locked into the Coral station. 7021 TC Robotics, they were on their side of the field for a bit, but now they're back to play defense, or maybe with 40 seconds left, head over to climb on their cage. Their partners, Ferrodermis, were filling up that barge, but now they're looking to climb as well. It is just Wave here, looking to do it all for the Blue Alliance, who is currently up by 30 points. A lot of low scores here from Sparta and Rockhoppers, sliding on in for another one. That's going to be 2 points for your Red Alliance. Trying to close the gap, though. We've got one hang currently from Blue. Communication with that processor human player on the line for the climb. Can Ferrodermis get up? We'll see. 10 seconds remaining. There they go. Looks like they're up. They'll have to hold on to that, though. Wave trying to skirt on in for a nice and easy park. Slow and steady to finish off Qualification 20. scores are in for that last qualification match. Victory going the way of your Blue Alliance. 120 to 71. Blue is taking home 5 ranking points for that win.
Let's get qualification 21 started by turning up the heat with 2194.
They're from Fond du Lac, Fondi Fire.
And joining them is 6381.
From Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
And capping off the Red Alliance, we have 5826.
From Chippewa Falls Senior High School, Avis Automata.
And shifting over to the Blue Alliance, we have 1259.
Out of Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And bringing the style, we have 8701.
They're from Greendale, Graffiti.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, it's Hammer Time, 5903.
From Westby, Thorbots.
All right, divers behind the line. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're cruising here in qualification 21. 3 robots for Blue moving. 1 score there. That's Graffiti coming in hot. But Fondi, much the same, looking for their second already. Going back for a third. Red up on top for now. 1, 2 scores looking to solidify that. Bouncing out, it's Avis. But another score incoming here for the Blue Alliance. That's going to be Paradigm Shift over on the blue side of the field, trying to de-algify that reef, open up all those scoring opportunities for their alliance to score those coral. Here comes another from them. Looking up top, bounces out onto the ground. Their partners right next to them, though, trying to pop them on for 5 points apiece. Red currently setting the pace, though, up by 10, and here's another 5 from Fondi. Red Raider looking to de-algify, trying to grab that one off of the reef directly. Let's see if they pop it in the processor or go all the way up. A little tippy there, but if you ain't tipping, you ain't whipping. And they're looking to just de-algify in this case, headed back for some more coral. Blue now jumping out with the advantage, though, 56 to 54. They've got the lead, looking to extend it. Paradigm Shift, another 5. Graffiti lining up right behind them, looking for some more. Thorbots, de-algification in process, and they're back at the coral station. A little coral trick there, but 8701 loses it. They're going for even more. Red an opportunity to claw it back, though. There we go for a second tide, but Blue is in action. Final algae coming off that Red Alliance reef, and Avis going up top with it. There it is, 4 from them. Trying to close the gap, and it is tight. 4 points, 1 more algae, 1 more level 3 score could tie this up. Blue doesn't want that to happen. Thorbots back at their reef with another level 3 score already. Paradigm looking for that tall level 4 position. 5 points apiece. You got it. 36 seconds. And if Fondi is focused on level 1, Red may be going for that bonus ranking point objective. And Fondi, a little tippy, lot of tipping going on in this Red Alliance, but some slick driving means no one's on the floor as we hear the endgame sound. 6 points the difference here. Graffiti, the first one's looking to go up. Thorbots looking to do the same for blue. For red, it's Red Raider Robotics. Locked on to that cage, the human players saying go, go, go. And with 4 seconds, 1 for red, 1 for blue, 2 parks for blue, a potential last second as we hear the buzzer in qualification 21. A banger of a match, and the scores are in. You got a Blue Alliance victory. 124 to 121. It was the climbs that did it. Thorbots hanging on that cage and bumping themselves up to the 8th seeded position with those 5 ranking points.
All right, starting qualification 22, running on E-Oil, we have 7103.
They're out of Manitowoc, Robo Remedy.
And joining them, we have 537. 537.
They're out of Sussex, Charger Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 10 to 87.
From Milwaukee Robotics Academy in Milwaukee, Milwaukee City RC.
Diving into the Blue Alliance, we have 6421.
They're from Muskego, Warrior Bots.
And better than robotics, we have 1714.
They're from Milwaukee, more robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance like clockwork, we have 4531.
From Two Rivers High School, Steampunk.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are off here. 15 seconds of autonomous begins, and already the Red Alliance Robo Remedy popping one on to level 4. All 3 Blue Alliance robots in action, actually more still on the starting line here. A bit of a slower start, but these teams looking to pick it up in autonomous. Red with the advantage, though, by 10 points. Some de-algification coming in from Milwaukee City RC on the red side. We've seen them work on that processor, pop those in there for the cooperation bonus, and 2 points net for their alliances themselves. But your Red Alliance is also going to have to contend with the defense of Warrior Bots in the blue bumpers. They're on the Red Alliance side of the field, trying to block off that coral station and get in the way of 537. 537, little spinning to win, but they got a coral stuck. Whoa, a lot of action there trying to evade the defense, but maybe now just playing counter defense so their partners can score. There's RC with an algae in the processor. Already one right behind them lined up and looking to pop it in while their partners focus on that reef. Robo Remedy, a big hit between them and the wall, courtesy of Warrior Bots, who are now disabled on that red side of the field. It's been a bit more quiet over on the blue side of the field, but now it's Charger playing the defense. They're at that coral station. It's 2 robots working at one station. Let's see how they do it. Right now it's Steampunk, the ones trying to get some scoring elements, as more robotics trying to get out of the way of 537, able to do so, blocking them off and heading straight to their reef for 5. Blue now trying to claw back this gap. 8 points with a minute to play. A coral going to come out of Milwaukee City RC. That's 2 points for your Red Alliance. Up 15, another attempt from Robo Remedy, but dropped. Milwaukee City, they're back with even more. Still 2 robots scoring for Blue. Warrior Bots still disabled on that red side after that hard hit earlier in the match. It's Charger warding off Steampunk, who heads straight back to the other coral station with 30 seconds to play. Algae, 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 the name of the game for Milwaukee City. There's another in their alliance's processor. Down low for 6 points. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can pop it into their barge. It looks like they do. That's 4 points. A net 2 still for Red, though, as they extend their lead 90 to 67. Blue looks like they want to change that outcome with the climbs. More, that quick climb latched on and going up. Steampunk looking to do the same, but Chargers there with 1 second left. We hear the buzzer. 92 to 67 at the end of qualification match 22. scores are in for qualification 22. The winner, your Red Alliance. Those 3 victory ranking points going their way with a 106 to 81 score. We also see that team 1714 of the Blue Alliance has been issued a yellow card for a G210 violation. Don't expect to gain by doing others harm, a strategy not consistent with standard gameplay and clearly aimed at forcing the opponent alliance to violate a rule.
All right, we have 3 matches until lunch. Let's meet our teams. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have 8024.
From Sparta Robotin.
And joining them, we have 2202.
They're out of Brookfield, Beast Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, what time is it? 9:30.
That's Team 930, Mukwonago Bears.
And on to the Blue Alliance, we have 3197.
From Cedarburg, Hexhounds.
And joining them, we have 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Leviathans.
And capping off the Blue Alliance, we have 1220.
From Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
All right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 23, 3 blue robots at the reef, 3 coral scores. For the Red Alliance, though, 2 of those robots scored. Mukwonago looking for more. Up top, looking for level 4 there. Another set of points for them as Autonomous closes. It's going to be blue with the advantage, though. 3 coral scored on level 4 means another 5 points coming in from the Hexhounds. 80-24, though, of the Red Alliance immediately. They know what they want to do. They want to shut this Blue Alliance down. They are parked in front of that coral station, and they are not letting any of these Blue Alliance robots score. However, for Rockhoppers and Leviathans, it's not making a difference. Those ground intakes, they don't need to go to the coral station. They're headed straight to the floor and back to the reef while their partners work on some de-algification. That's the Hexhounds up top for 4. Blues lead extending now 71-44. Mukwonago going up top with 4 of their own while their partners Beast at the reef looking for 5 points. Another coral attempt from Mukwonago falls to level 1, 2 points, and another de-algification here. Looking to go up, up, up with it, straight to the barge, skip the processor, 4 points for Red. They're down by about 40 points here. Blue is putting in the work. That entire level 4 of the reef, nearly full. Leviathan's looking for that last piece of coral. They got it. That Red Alliance robot originally playing defense appears motionless on the blue side of the field. Perhaps a battery disconnect disabled, not sure. But their Red Alliance partners looking to make up for it. Mukwonago beached momentarily, but Beast is there to help them out. Up top with another, it's Mukwonago going for 5 as we hit the 45-second mark. Blues starting to pull away, but as we know, the climbs can change these matches. The Blue Alliance reef is completely de-algified, and they have 2 of the 4 needed levels meeting the coral RP threshold. They'll need levels 2 and 3 to get that in this match, which they may potentially be able to do, as there goes level 3. It's just level 2 now. 5 more coral, the difference between them and a guaranteed RP heading into this end game period. Mukwonago and Milwaukee, nearly identical times, both going for that cage. The first one up is the Rockhoppers. making it happen. A human player tossing one of them algae into the barge. 5 seconds left. Who else can get up? McGuanago may be up. A part coming in from the Hex Hounds here as we conclude qualification match 23. Scores are here for qualification 23. Holding on to the lead is the Blue Alliance. Final score, 176 to Red's 91. They're taking home 4 rank points in that win. Hex Hounds just outside the top 8.
Kicking off qualification 24 with team 1792.
Out of Oak Creek, Round Table Robotics.
And joining them is 6223.
Currently ranked number 2, Arsenal of Engineering.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 47. 4786.
They're out of Nicolay Union High School, currently ranked number 1, Nicolay Fear.
And diving onto the Blue Alliance with their robot, Smoke on the Water, we have 2194.
From Fond du Lac, Fondy Fire.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have 10553.
From Oregon, Wisconsin, Orange Overdrive.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 10264.
They're out of Menominee, Storm.
All right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
We kick off qualification match 24. Your Red Alliance pulling out all the stops here. Your number 1 and 2 ranked teams on this alliance and a powerful partner as well. But Blue looking to match them. Here's Fondi going up for their third in this match. Blue looks like they're tying it up, coming out of autonomous 30-30. Arsenal of Engineering moving out of the way for their partner Round Table, going back to that coral station while Nicolay goes up those algae in the barge. 10-64. Storm out of Menominee. They're looking for a level 3 score. Not quite able to get it. 3-on-3 offense in this match as Fondi comes in hot with another. Orange Overdrive at that coral station, looking to load up from their human player. Fondi swerving in right next to him. Maybe stuck on a coral, not quite able to get it while Red is in action there. A level 1 score from a Round Table. Red is now up by about 10 points. Another 2 points coming in from a Round Table. Nesting onto that trough as Nicolay goes up for another. Arsenal of Engineering, de-algification, and a coral score. Check that out here with 1:25 to play. Nicolay at the station looking to go up, up, up. Let's see, all the way to level 4. There we go. 5 points in that reef zone and some de-algification with it. They're going straight to the barge. This alliance wants to go for that clean 4 of 4 levels scored on. Not looking for that cooperation bonus, but Blue answering back. There's a level 3 score, a level 2 trying to come out from Overdrive. Storm looking for level 3 as well, settling for level 2. That's 3 points for them, staying within 30 points of this Red Alliance who just crossed the 100-point threshold. Round Table looking to go to level 3, de-algifying and popping a coral on there. Slow and steady, precise with it. That's Round Table for 4 points and 40 seconds. Red achieving that coral rank point, 4 of 4 levels, meeting the criteria. So they're walking away with ranking points regardless of the outcome here in the last 30 seconds. Blue keeping up with them though. That's Fondi Fire, picked a coral up off of the ground, going for even more as their partners Orange Overdrive hanging from their cage already. They want to secure that barge ranking point, but so does the Red Alliance. Check it out, Arsenal. They're latched on. Their partners Round Table also trying to latch on. They got it. Looks like they may be going up. A slide in from Storm as we hear the buzzer in qualification 24. Scores are in for qualification 24. The victory going the way of your Red Alliance. Check it out, 154 to Blues 93. All 6 ranking points going the way of your Red Alliance. All 3 of those teams now in the top 8. With that, as we head into our replay of qualification match number 13, we're going to give these teams a timeout. We've got some teams with back-to-back matches because of that replay. And in that time, let's take a look at some videos our partners put together for this event.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
This machine is made to care. And this one, and that one. But it's not the delicate made-for-TV hugs emoji type of care. It's care that gets its hands dirty. That never rests. That always listens and turns that listening into action. This care has no limits. It leads and empowers. It has guts. It's the kind of care that sparks the most precious thing of all. Hope. This is the care that started with one idea and will endure for thousands. Care that doesn't know the meaning of impossible. This care will not only drive us to build a healthier future, but to create a world where healthcare has no limits.
quick reminder for all graduating seniors. Directly after this match, we will be having a photo by the first backdrop. So go over there, all graduating seniors. And with that, let's dive right into the Red Alliance with 79-15.
From Ripon Robotics.
And joining them on the Red Alliance, we have 64-21.
Out of Muskego, Warrior Bots.
And kicking it into overdrive, we have 10-5-53.
The rookies from Oregon, Orange Overdrive.
And then on the Blue Alliance with their robot Hurricane Nessie, we have 28-30.
Out of Milwaukee, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And joining them, we have 9-30.
From Mukwonago Bears.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 25-06.
From Franklin High School, Saber Robotics.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are cruising the replay of 13, our final match before our lunch break, and these teams are ready to play. Ripon, slow and steady up top with a level 3 coral score. Saber with some algae score. Mukwonago looking for their second coral here as Autonomous comes to a close. Drivers are at the controls, and it's Orange Overdrive for the Red Alliance. They're looking for level 2. They're lining up in front of the driver's station, up and on, 3 points for them. Blue, though, ahead, 42 points, trying to make that more with the Riverside Robo Tigers Coral. Mukwonago beating them to a level 3. That's 4 points, but now they're facing the defense of Warrior Bots, slamming into Mukwonago, trying to pin them at that coral station. Evading it, though, they're on the other side of the reef, looking for those level 3 scores. Mukwonago potentially trying to go for this rank point, but having to deal with this defense, the hard-hitting defense of 64-21 Muskego. Riverside, though, they're in action up top, looking for 5 points themselves, trying to extend this lead about 20 points, but Orange Overdrive, they're on the far side of the reef. 3 points for them, 5 from Ripon. They are clawing this deficit back with half of the match to play. Mukwonago in the protected reef station. One bouncing out and another hit from the Warrior Bots. They've got a coral, though, and they're back for level 3. Here it is. Mukwonago trying to line up their robot doing circles, and it's got one of those coral on level 3. Ripon up top for 5. Trying to keep it close. Just 12 points separating these alliances. 50 seconds remain in the replay of 13 as Orange tries to put it into overdrive here. The coral in their possession, not quite how they wanted it, trying to dump it on level 1, bouncing out as their partners pop one on level 4. Blue just about to hit 100 points and still facing this defense of Muskego. Mukwonago got that coral they wanted, and they're back in the protected zone. Saber, meanwhile, doing what they do best. It's been barge madness for them. 6 algae now up in that Blue Alliance barge as we hear the end game ping. That's going to be Ripon trying to go up. Same thing for Orange, but maybe settling for a park. Beast is up for your Blue Alliance. Riverside, a park. Looks like both of these alliances may get that ranking point for the barge if they hold on in the final seconds of Qualification 13. While we wait for these scores, a reminder immediately following the posting of the scores for Qualification 13, there's going to be the senior photo over by the first backdrop on the other side of the bleachers. Again, the side of the bleachers near Steamtopia, the first backdrop, we're having a senior photo for the graduating class of 2025. Scores are in for Qualification 13. The win going to the Blue Alliance. Final score 123 to Reds 96. Blues walking away with 5 ranking points in that match. With that, that's our final qualification match heading into the lunch break. All the seniors class of 2025 head over to the first backdrop over by Steamtopia for a picture. We will see you right back here on the field at 1:30 for the remainder of qualifications.
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch break. We are ready to get started back here on the field for qualification match 25. And starting us off, it's 1732.
From Milwaukee, Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them, it's 2506.
From Franklin, Saber Robotics.
And it's their partner here on red. Give it up for 7021.
From Trumpelow County in Arcadia, TC Robotics.
All right, let's check out over here on our Blue Alliance, starting us off with the heaviest flag. It's 5903.
They're out of Westby, Thorbot.
And joining them on blue, it's 6574.
They're out of Whitewater, Farah Dermis.
And capping off our Blue Alliance, it's 2830.
They're from Milwaukee, Riverside Robo Tigers.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are cruising here in our qualification match 25 after the lunch break. Saber Robotics, they've got an algae where they headed straight to that barge in autonomous. 4 points up for them. Their partners, Hilltoppers, are headed to the reef. A lot of coral scored, already up to 58 points there, courtesy of Hilltoppers and their partners on the Red Alliance, TC Robotics in the red bumpers. Blue's got some catch-up work to do it, but Farah Dermis is here to do it, trying to de-algify. There it is, able to grab that algae. They're headed straight to their processor with it for a net 2 points potentially in this match. Robo Tigers, meanwhile, trying to outtake that coral onto level 4, maybe having some issues lining up or with their manipulator, but their partners trying to get a coral unstuck from their robot. Switching strategies, spinning and trying to get that unstuck. They need to release that coral before they can grab another. Successful in that attempt. They're back at the coral station for more. Farah Dermis sliding in that rotating wrist, going for another piece of coral for your Blue Alliance, bumping them up 36 to 133. Red starting to take a commanding lead here, but with half the match to play, it is anyone's match. Red still going ham on this reef. Only one remaining location on level 4. Level 3 starting to get filled up as well. It's Saber on the barge. TC up, capping off level 4. 2 of those 4 levels needed for the rank point have been completed. The Red Alliance activating the cooperation bonus. Blue opting not to do so. Red already up to 171 here with 50 seconds to play. We could potentially have a new high score in this match if they're able to keep scoring with 45 seconds here. Saber going up for more on the Blue Alliance all offense. Riverside, coral in their robot. Where they headed? Level 3. There it is, another one on there. 3 on level 3 right now. They need another and 1 more to get that level completed for the rank point. Their partners got 1, and Riverside swerving in with the last one here. We're about to hear the end game sound, and Red is up to 191 points. Their reef looking mighty full here, as Hilltoppers deciding whether to climb or go for more coral. Instead, clearing out their barge zone from that algae. Blue, they've got 2 robots trying to climb. Red, it looks like they may have 3 robots climbing in the final seconds here. Thorbot's trying to get up. All 6 robots end qualification 25 in the barge zone. Scores locked and loaded. Our first match back after the lunch break goes to the Red Alliance. They're going to win that match with a new high score, 229 to Blues 112. All 6 ranking points. TC and Hilltoppers jumping into the top 4.
All right, folks, before we get into our next qualification match, we do have a little bit of a special introduction for our first team. As you may have noticed, Greendale's high school graduation was today, and 2 of their students may have chosen to go to robotics instead of their graduation ceremony. I can't say my parents would have let me do the same. So we are going to do a really quick graduation ceremony. Students, would you please move your tassels from right to left to signify the completion of your degree and all of your hard work? And with that, let's meet our team. Starting us off, you've met them, it's 8701.
From Greendale, Graffiti.
And joining them on red, it's 7915.
From Rippin' Robotics.
And capping us off on red, it's 1306.
From BadgerBots Robotics Corporation in Middleton, BadgerBots.
Moving over to the blue side of the field, give it up for 6381.
From right here in Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
Joining them, it's their partners, it's 2826.
They're out of Oshkosh, Wave Robotics.
And finishing off our blue alliance, it's 537.
They're from Hamilton High School in Sussex, Charger Robotics.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're off. Qualification 26. Badgerbots up top with a score. Graffiti the same. Rippin'. They've got an algae. They may score their coral as well here. 5 seconds left in autonomous. What's blue up to? Oh, just another coral from Wave Robotics. All squared away at 30 apiece. Red jumping out now to 36 as we see Rippin' going up, up, up. There it is. 4 points from them. That's an algae in the barge. Charger Robotics for blue. They've got a coral looking to place it on level 4. Their partners Wave right next to them do the same. Red Raider, they're from the Malibu of the Midwest, and they're looking to pop those algae in the barge here on the near side of the field. 148 to play, and Red still has the advantage. Rippin' looking to change that with some more algae. Already 2, make that 3 in the barge for the Red Alliance. Still with the advantage with 1:30 to play. It's Wave with that ground intake, taking advantage of that feature to avoid any scoring inefficiency. They're lowering their cycle times by not having to go straight to the processor zone to grab those coral. Their partners able to use that coral station themselves. Red Raider lined up to the front of the reef. Let's see where they head with it. Looks like level 3, shooting it towards their driver's station. Maybe not quite where they wanted it to go, but they are already back at the coral station for more. 5:37 Charger Robotics for blue. They're thinking the best way to win the match is play defense here, stop the Red Alliance from scoring, and right now the way to do that is blocking off that coral zone. Badgerbots swerving right around them as Charger heads back to their side of the field. They've got a coral in their possession, and they're going for level 3. They may be going for the ranking bonus objective. Remember, 5 coral on 4 levels of the reef without the cooperation bonus grants that. Red still, though, with the lead, 30 seconds to play by about 20 points. Rippin' another algae. They're up to 6, looking for their 7th as Red Raider for blue, trying to cap off this reef. Level 4 nearly filled. The same with 3 for blue as they try to come back in the final 20 seconds here. 12 seconds to play. First robot to the barge zone is Rippin', followed up by their partners Graffiti. Rippin' looks like they can be up if they can hold. For blue, no one on yet. Red Raider looks latched in the last seconds, but they fall to the ground. 6 robots in their barge zones for points as qualification 26 comes to a close. Scores are here. Qualification 26 is going to the Red Alliance. 154 to Blues, 125. Both alliances putting up great scores, but it's Red leaving the match with 5 ranking points.
All right, whatever. All right, we are going to get started with our next round of introductions. Starting us off, it's 12:20.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rock Hopper.
And their partner, it's 45:31.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, Steampunk.
And joining them from the Lakeshore Coalition, it's 71:03.
Coming from the Manitowoc Lutheran High School in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, Robo Remedy.
All right, let's soar on into our Blue Alliance with 58:26.
Coming from Trimble Falls, Avis Alvatama.
And joining them, it's rookie sensation, it's 10:553.
Coming from Oregon, Wisconsin, Orange Overdrive.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's 12:59.
Coming from Pewaukee High School in Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Divers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, it looks like both alliances are starting off strong with 6 robots leaving that starting line. It looks like over here the Blue Alliance has 1 coral on the L4 level, trying to go for another L4 and misses it slightly, but gets 1 on the other side. The Red Alliance has 1 L4 on. As 1 coral on the L4 and trying to get a second one now in the driver's control, right? It looks like right here, 1220 is having a little bit of issues with their drivetrain, but back at it and back in action. 45:31, the Steampunk has just let go of an algae from their reef. Their robot, another Red Alliance team member trying to get another coral and going over to the other side, hoping to score it on that L4 level. Looking over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like they have 3 coral on the L4 section, 1 on the L2, looking like they're going for that ranking point and getting coral on that L1. Still the score, 50 for red and 42 for blue. With 1 minute and 25 seconds left to go, there's still enough time for the score to change. Right here, 71:03. Going on that L4 level over here on the Blue Alliance, they have gone in a pretty good amount of coral on that L4 section. Still 58:26, trying to attempt it as much as they can. Looks like 58:26 try to get an algae off the reef, successfully doing so. Moving it on to the reef, but misses it slightly. Over here on the Red Alliance, looks like that they are trying to get coral from the ground, putting it on that L1 level, filling that up pretty nicely, actually. With 45 seconds left to go, teams are working as hard as they can, trying to get that algae out because they are now trying to score into that L3, L2 level. With 10:5:53, they are going for those lower levels, the L2 and the L3. Same with on the Red Alliance, where the 220 has mainly been focusing on that L1. 20 seconds left to go. Now the robots are approaching the barge. 45:31, Steampunk is looking to hang in that middle cage there, working their way up slightly. Same with 12:20, the Rock Hoppers. Over here, it looks like 12:59. Paradigm Shift successfully hangs on there just slightly. of 109 to 104, where the Red Alliance gets 4 ranking points for those 3 teams.
All right, we have 3 matches until alliance selection. So make sure to have your alliance representatives come down to the field after that. But let's jump into our next match, starting off with Red Alliance 7021.
Coming from Arcadia, Wisconsin, and currently the number 3 ranked team, TC Robotics.
And joining them it's Hammer Time, 5903.
Coming from West by Wisconsin, Thorbots.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 930.
From McGuanago High School in McGuanago, Wisconsin, they are the McGuanago Bears.
And over on the blue side, we have our rookies, 10-87.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Milwaukee City RC.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, another team of rookies. We have 10-64.
From Menominee, Wisconsin, Storm.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 22-02.
From Brookfield East and Central High Schools in Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Robotics.
Divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we're going down to the last 3 matches before line selections. It looks like the Red Alliance has successfully put 3 corals on the L4 level before stopping. 70-21 looks like they're trying to get another one in, almost getting it in on the Blue Alliance. It looks like they have some coral preloaded, ready to be placed into the reef. right? The score right now being 35 red and 2 blue. It looks like 70-21. Tries to score one into the net, almost getting it, yet it still falls out. Looks like 70-21 instead actually puts another coral into the L4 level, trying to get another one on, but misses slightly. That's okay, there's still enough time to do so, right? Over here on the blue alliance, it looks like a human player has tried to score one in the net, successfully doing so. 10-87. Puts an algae into the processor where the human player can score one for that red alliance, right? 10-64 looks like they're trying to precisely put it onto that L3 level, successfully doing so. And 2202 Beast Robotics is calculating to make sure that that coral does go on that L4 level. All right, over here on the red alliance, it looks like on one of the sides they do have a lot of coral on those L3 and L2. Looks like they're moving their own way over in a circular motion, trying to get those algae out. 70-21 TC Robotics. Looks like they are removing all of that algae and putting it into the red net for the alliance. 930 working on that L4 section, however, moving on to that human player to get those cores is as needed, right? It looks like 10-87 is focusing a lot on that algae processing, getting a lot of those algae into that net for those extra 4 points. Right, 10-64. It looks like they're looking for that ranking point, putting that coral into that L2 section. Now on that L1, I believe they are getting that ranking point for that as well. Now moving on to the last 20 seconds of the match, these teams are going to do their final coral and algae scoring before moving on to that barge. 70-21 looks like they're trying to hang on that further left corner, as well as 50-03. All three robots in the red alliance are over there by that barge. And on the blue alliance, two robots are moving forward for the last 3 seconds of the match. Two robots on the red alliance, and it looks like they have two robots parked in the blue alliance. All right, dudes and dudettes, we have the score. It looks like the Red Alliance takes the win this time with a final score of 157-86, where the Red Alliance got 5 ranking points for their team.
Let's get qualification 29 started. Riding the wave with 28-26.
From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
Joining them on the red alliance, we have 28-30.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And rounding off the red alliance, we have 17-14.
Currently in the top 10 teams from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, More Robotics.
Diving onto the blue alliance, we have 87-44.
Coming from Eau Claire, Leviathans.
And their partners, 47-86.
Currently the #1 ranked team right now in Glendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
And bringing the heat, we have 21-94.
All right, coming from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Fondy Fire.
Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, all robots are starting strong and fast. Over here on the Red Alliance, they have 2 Coral on L4, trying to go for another one. Heading 17-14, More Robotics looks like they're heading on to that reef after getting some core from the human station. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like they have 4 Coral on that L4. Just recently scored one on another L4, 21-94. Fondy Fire scored one and grabbed an algae from the reef, as well as 47-86. Nicolay Fear, looks like both teams are trying to score algae into that net, getting those extra 4 points. Currently, it is 50 for Blue Alliance and 46 for Red Alliance. A pretty close score for the moment. Over here, 28-26. Wave Robotics has just scored one of the Coral onto their L3 section, trying to get another pickup from the ground using their ground intake, scoring it on the other side in another L3 section. More Robotics working quickly and swiftly, trying to make those Coral fit into those L4 spots, right? Same with the Blue Alliance, working as quickly as possible. Looks like they have quite a few Coral on that L4. Looks like 2194 has a Coral stuck in their drivetrain and having a little bit of trouble taking it out, while the Leviathans are scoring L3, as well as Nicolay Fear scoring those L3 spots, taking those algae out and scoring them into the net. With 58-7 left to go, the score is pretty close with 97 on blue and 106, 111 changing now on red. It looks like 28-26 still doing some ground intake, now working their way to that L2 section. 28-30 actually moving on to that L1 section, scoring into L2. In these last 30 seconds, see if they can try to score some extra algae. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like their algae, most of their algae is scored into their net, while on the Red Alliance, their algae seems to be going a little bit over there. 28-30 going on to that barge to see if they can try to hang a little early with the last 20 seconds of the match. Looks like 2194 is over there on the Red Alliance side, trying to play a little defense before the ending and heading their way onto the barge for some final hanging in the last 3 seconds in the match. Looks like 28-26 was successfully hanging. Goes to the Red Alliance. A very tight score with red being 148 and blue being 139, giving them 5 ranking points for that Red Alliance.
Just a reminder, after our final match, please send your Alliance representative down to the red queuing area. And with that, we are on qualification 30, starting off on the Red Alliance. They don't rust, 65-74.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
And joining them on red, we have 31-97.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hexhound.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 25-06.
From Franklin High School in Franklin, Wisconsin, Saver Robotics.
Diving into the Blue Alliance, we have 79-15.
From Whitman, Wisconsin, Ripon Robotics.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have 62-23.
Currently the number 2 ranked team in Menominee Falls, Arsenal of Engineering.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 63-81.
From North High School in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
All right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, folks, we are heading near the last 2 matches of qualifications. It looks like over here on the Red Alliance, successfully getting 2 L4 Coral on scoring. Same over here. Same over here on the Blue Alliance. It looks like there's one core on L4 slowly getting there, but it falls off once the drivers take control. Looks like they do have one on L4 and on L3 over here on the Blue Alliance. 79-15 grabs an algae from the reef and scored into the net. They grab another one, hoping to score it in to get those extra 4 points. Same with Sarah Robotics over here on the Red Alliance. They have been a very algae-focused team, making all those points for those algae net points. Right here in 50 for red, 43 for blue with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Still a lot of time. 63-81 Red Raider Robotics now going near to those L3 sections where there's currently 4 L3 pieces, and right here these teams are working together each on 4 different levels to making sure that they're able to get as much points and getting those ranking points simultaneously. Once again added say Robotics with those algae scoring points. 65-74 looks like they are keep going with those L3 coral making points, right? On 31-97, looks like they're helping them out by scoring core into those L4. 98-85 right now with the Red Alliance in the lead. Looks like Blue is catching up by scoring some more coral on those L3 and L4 sections. It looks like the L4 is actually filling up pretty quickly for the Blue Alliance. Trying to go over 63-81. Looks like they're going over to the red side to play some defense over there by that core station, blocking the way for some of the robots. Right, 65-74, they're moving down to the L2, scoring in those little sections. 20 seconds left to go. These robots are moving to that barge. Looks like there's 3 robots over there in the Red Alliance, and all 3 robots are over there in the Blue Alliance too. Right, for these last few seconds of the match, 3 robots hanged on blue, and 3 robots hanged on red. All right, folks, with that nice ending, we will get to see who wins this match, and it goes to the Red Alliance. With their hanging scores, they were able to score 164, with the Blue Alliance scoring 148, getting those 5 ranking points for that Red Alliance.
We are headed into qualification 31. This is the final match before sending your alliance representative down to the red queuing area. So let's meet the teams, starting at the Red Alliance, 1306.
Currently the number 3 seed from Middleton, Wisconsin, Badger Bots.
And joining them on the Red Alliance, we have 8024.
From Sparta, Wisconsin, Sparta Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, coming from Muskego High School, Warrior Bots.
And on to the Blue Alliance, we have 1792.
Currently the number 6 seed, Roundtable Robotics.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have 1732.
Currently the number 2 seed from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
And capping off the Blue Alliance with style, we have 8701.
From Greendale High School in Greendale, Wisconsin, Graffiti.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, folks, this is the last qualification match of the day, and hopefully these robots are going to finish up strong. It looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, they have 3 coral on that L4, starting off pretty good on the Red Alliance, 1 coral on that L4 level. These drivers are now taking control for a score of 34 Blue Alliance and 13 for Red Alliance. Looks like over here, 8701 looks like they are trying to get a core from the ground intake, having some issues picking it up from that level. However, 1792 Roundtable Robotics gets 1 from that human player station and scores it on that L3 level. It looks like they may have to take off some algae, which the Roundtable Robotics successfully does. Over here on the Hilltopper, they also take off an algae from the reef, scoring it successfully into that net for those 4 points. All right, 6421, get that core from that core station, moving it over on the other side for that L4 that still needs a coral inside of it. 1306, the Badger Bots working on that L3. Looks like 8024 having a little bit issues with their robot. 6421, Warrior Bots tries for that L4 level on that other side. Maybe a little bit difficult to see as the drive chain cannot see that. Right, 1306, Badger Bots scoring another one on L3 over here on the Blue Alliance. It looks like they have a lot of them filled up in that L3 and L2 level. Now they're scoring for that L1 with 46 seconds left to go. It looks like the score is 95 on blue and 58 on red. Now these teams are going for these bottom levels, L1 and L2, because if they get a core on each one of the levels, they can get a ranking point, which can help their team ranking. Over here, 1732, still getting some for that core station, still filling them up from that L4 levels, L3, and tipping down those lollipops with that algae and coral with those last 16 seconds left, making sure these robots are able to make a strong comeback for their last match of the competition day. Right here, looks like 2 robots on Blue Alliance moving into the barge. Warrior Bots hang successfully. 1792 does as well.
our last qualification match of the day. It looks like the win goes to the Blue Alliance.
That final score of 119-80. Looking like they are getting all those ranking points, moving each one of the team with the Hilltoppers ranking 1 and Roundtable Robotics ranking 3.
All right, teams, we have had a great competition so far with many exciting qualification matches. Can we get one final round of applause for all of our teams here today? Soon we will be moving into our playoff tournament where 8 alliances of 3 teams each will compete against each other in a double elimination format to become our champion here at the Wisconsin State Championship. But before we begin, we need to create 8 alliances. Here is a video which helps explain the new selection process and remind you of this afternoon's playoff and awards schedule. We'll be back in a few minutes when the timer hits 0, so to begin our alliance selection, let's roll the clip.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including one adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an Alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with the lead pure that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4 team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
All right, robot fans, welcome to our Alliance selection ceremony. We've reviewed the rules, and now it's time to create some alliances. Who's excited for Alliance selection? All right, let's meet our #1 ranked team with a record of 5 wins and 1 losses. Please welcome Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Alliance #1, when you're ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begin now. You are on the clock.
Team 1732 would like to invite Team 4786, Nicolay Fear.
4786.
Nicolay Fear from Glendale, Wisconsin.
All right. Would you like to accept their invitation or form your own alliance?
Team 4786, Nicolay Fear, graciously accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance #1. All right, and with that, we're going to bring out our second seeded alliance. Please welcome Team 7021.
TC Robotics from Arcadia, Wisconsin.
All right, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 7021 TC Robotics selects 2826 Wave Robotics.
2826.
Wave Robotics from Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
All right, would you like to accept this invitation or form your own alliance?
Team 2826 Wave Robotics gratefully accepts your gracious offer.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Alliance #2. All right, we're going to bring out our third seeded alliance captain. Please give a round of applause for 1792.
Brown Table Robotics from Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Alliance #3, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1792, on behalf of our sponsors, the Oak Creek Franklin Joint School District, Regal Rexnord, and Rockwell Automation, would like to invite Team 3197.
3197.
Hex Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
Team 3197 respectfully declines.
All righty. Let's reset that pick timer for you. Let me know when you are ready to invite another team. You are on the clock.
(1792) would like to invite Team 8744. 8744.
8744.
Leviathans from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
(8744) would graciously accept.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Alliance #3. All right, and with that, we are going to bring out our fourth seeded alliance captain. Please give it up for Team 6223.
Arsenal of Engineering from Menominee Falls, Wisconsin.
All right, once you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 6223 would like to invite Team 1714.
1714.
More Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
(1714) gratefully accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance #4. All right, and with that, we're going to bring out our fifth seeded captain. Please welcome back 3197.
Hex Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
All right, Alliance 5, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 3197 would like to invite Team 2194.
Team 2194.
Fondy Fire from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
'29. Oh my gosh. 2194 gracefully accepts.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Alliance number 5. All right, now we're going to bring out our 6th-seeded Alliance captain, and that is 6574.
Farrah Dermis from Whitewater, Wisconsin.
All right, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
6574 would like to invite Team 1306 Badger Bots.
Team 1306.
Badger Boss from Middleton, Wisconsin.
Team 1306 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance number 6. All right, it's time to bring out our 7th-seeded captain. Please give a warm welcome to Team 5903.
Sorbos from West by, Wisconsin.
All right, Alliance 7, when you are ready, one student must approach to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 5903 would like to invite Team 2506.
Team 2506.
Saber Robotics from Franklin, Wisconsin.
(2506) respectfully declines.
All righty. Let's reset that pick timer for you. Let me know when you are ready to invite another team. You are on the clock.
Team 5903 would like to invite Team 7103.
Team 7103.
Robo Remedy from Manitowoc, Wisconsin.
Team 7103 graciously accepts.
All right, congratulations, Alliance number 7. All right, with that, it is time to bring out our final Alliance captain. Please welcome back Team 2506.
Saber Robotics from Franklin, Wisconsin.
All right. And with that, Alliance 8, when you are ready, one student must approach to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2506 would like to invite Team 1259.
Team 1259.
Paradigm Shift from Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Team 1259 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance number 8. This concludes our first selection round. Before we begin round 2, the alliances have 2 minutes to confer. We'll begin round 2 in just 2 minutes. and with that, we are about to see the strategies of these alliances play out as they look to partner with teams whose robot complements their own to create the strongest possible alliance. These 8 alliances will compete in a double elimination playoff tournament, leading to a best of 2 out of 3 set of finals at the end. During the second round of selections, all teams have a 90-second time limit to make their pick. Alliance 8, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
2506 would like to invite Team 930.
Team 930.
McGuanago Bears from McGuanago, Wisconsin.
Team 930, the McGuanago Bears gratefully accepts.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Alliance number 8. And with that, we're going to move on to our 7th seeded alliance. All right, alliance number 7, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 5903 and Team 7103 would like to invite Team 4531 to join our alliance.
Team 4531.
Steampunked from Two Rivers, Wisconsin.
.4531 is delighted to sail the 7 seas with you.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Alliance number 7. All right, moving on to Alliance number 6. When you are ready, one student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
We would like to invite Team 6421 to forge an alliance with us.
Team 6421.
Warrior Boss from Muskego, Wisconsin.
$64.21 graciously accepts.
Congratulations to the Alliance number 6. All right, and with that, we are going to move on to our 5th seeded alliance. Alliance number 5, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
On behalf of Team 3197 and 2194, we would like to select 7915.
Team 7915.
Ripon Robotics from Ripon, Wisconsin.
On behalf of Team 7915, Ripon Robotics graciously accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance number 5. All right, and with that, we are back to Alliance number 4. When you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 6223 with Team 1714 would like to invite Team 1220.
Team 1220.
Rock Hoppers from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
On behalf of Team 1220, we graciously accept.
Congratulations, Alliance number 4. All right, Alliance number 3. When you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1792 would like to invite Team 2830.
Team 2830.
Riverside Robo Tigers from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Team 2830 would like to accept this offer.
Congratulations, Alliance number 3. All right, and with that, we are back to Alliance number 2. When you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 7021.
And Team 2826.
We pick 5826 Avis Autonoma.
Team 5826.
Avis Autonoma from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin.
Team 5826 graciously accepts.
All right, congratulations, Alliance number 2. All right, everybody, there is one spot left in the tournament after our number 1 seed makes their final selection. It is still possible that the next 8 highest seeded unselected teams could compete. If a robot becomes non-functional during the tournament, each alliance has one opportunity to substitute in a robot from the backup pool. The backup teams will come in by ranking order, starting with the highest ranked remaining team. We will need student representatives from the backup teams to confirm their participation in the playoffs with the lead queuer in just a moment. But now it is time to find out who our alliance number 1 would like to select as a final member of their alliance. Alliance number 1, your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1732 and Team 4786 would like to select Team 6381 to join our alliance.
Team 6381.
Red Raider Robotics from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Team 6381 graciously accepts.
All right, congratulations to Alliance number 1 and to all of our fantastic alliances that will be playing this afternoon. It looks like we're going to have quite the exciting tournament this afternoon. So let's give one final round of applause for all of our teams competing here at the Wisconsin State Championship. All right, now we need all alliance captains to stay here on the field to meet with the head referee to review playoff rules. We're going to let the alliances strategize and prepare for the playoff tournament, which will be starting at 3:15 p.m. That is starting at 3:15 p.m. We'll be presenting many awards between the playoff rounds, and we will have a closing awards ceremony immediately following the playoff tournament. We'll see you back here to begin the playoffs, and don't forget to bring your gracious professionalism. Thank you, everyone.
As we get ready for our playoffs at 3:15, we're looking for all our alliance captains on the field for a meeting with a head referee. Again, all 8 alliance captains need to be present on the field for a meeting with the head referee to review playoff rules.
I've worked trained for nine almost 10 years. I have a wife and 4 kids, so train's been a great place to provide for my family. It's cool to come home and be supported by that.
I've always been mechanically inclined, and I wanted to keep doing that, work with my hands, and still use technology. I'm here at train.
What made me decide going into a trade program versus traditional way of going into college? There's a lot you can learn with the HVAC industry.
That's the cool thing about air conditioning. There's so many facets to it. So there's electrical and mechanical, and it all kind of blends together. So you kind of have a pretty good solid base. So it pretty makes it pretty valuable. You have a lot of skills that you can use.
At GE Healthcare, we believe the future of healthcare has no limits, and that it will be defined not by how to treat an illness, but by how to treat the patient. The future of healthcare will combine AI with clinician expertise to create a cohesive view of each patient from millions of points of data. It will use advanced imaging to diagnose in minutes. It will make care more predictive and therapies more precise. And it will enable continuous monitoring in more places. The technology we're mastering today will help make care more personalized tomorrow, so that every one of us can live healthier lives with fewer limits. This is the future of healthcare. This is GE Healthcare.
This isn't your usual partnership. While it may require volunteers, financial resources, and a clear mission, this is more than an opportunity to make a donation. This is a 10-year partnership between a company that's just getting started and a nonprofit that's for every student, everywhere. Our partnership represents a recruitment strategy for your future problem solvers, an alignment of core values while providing student access to high-performance tools, and an opportunity to appreciate and empower leaders through an organization that values their time and volunteerism. But please don't think this is just a short-term opportunity. First Wisconsin is transforming our culture, and our mission is to provide life-changing robotics programs that give young people the skills, confidence, and resilience to build a better world. And here's how you can help. Vote for First Wisconsin, so we can bring events to students across the state, transform passionate adults into confident mentors, bridge the digital divide, and bring technical inspiration to the forefront of high school sports. This isn't just a nonprofit pitch for support. It's the First Wisconsin and Milwaukee Tool Partnership, where passion meets purpose, and 10 years is just a drop in the bucket. Working together, we prepare the young people of today for the world of tomorrow. Thank you. First Wisconsin and Milwaukee Tool, just getting started.
At Ashley, we're about more than making furniture. We are part of a community. We believe it's important to give back, and that's why we've launched several efforts to make our communities better, like Hope to Dream, where Ashley donates beds to children who don't have a place to sleep at night. Ashley's Angels is an all-volunteer, non-profit organization that provides food, clothing, blankets, and personal gifts to children in need during the holiday season. We educate our youth by providing scholarships and donations to support school programs. We support the arts with Ashley for the Arts, an annual benefit to raise money for nonprofits. Ashley honors our heroes with Soldiers Walk Memorial Park, a place dedicated to saying thank you to our veterans. We encourage healthy lives with HeartWorks by helping raise awareness for heart disease. And we work toward finding a cure for type 1 diabetes by providing funding to City of Hope's Research Center. And so much more. One Ashley, one goal, to make our communities stronger.
right, teams, as we're gearing up for playoffs, the food trucks are staying until 4 p.m. And the food trucks are staying until 4 p.m., so this is one of your last chances to grab some of the awesome food hosted at this event.
Every day, more than 1 billion people get into more than 1 billion cars, trucks, EVs, and hybrids. Journeys to school, work, vacation, life. Journeys that we are here to power. As a business, we're on a journey ourselves. A journey to push the limits of energy storage for transportation and beyond. Millions of drivers rely on Clarios technology every day. For them, we produce the world's most advanced low-voltage batteries. But we're not idling. We're evolving AGM and lithium-ion technologies for the road ahead. Today's batteries are on their way to becoming tomorrow's batteries. We design products where virtually every part of the battery can be recovered and reused responsibly, saving more than 90% energy in greenhouse gas emissions. We'll use this expertise to protect the future of the communities, resources, and planet we all share. And at the heart of it all, it's a journey we take together, by highway, back road, and sometimes no road at all. The one that takes you from today into tomorrow.
These are the twins that appeared on the ultrasound, that was in one hand of the clinician, that relied on the technician, that was supplied by the engineers, that followed the design, that answered the brief, that came from the technologist, that studied the data, that was supplied by the analyst, that took the job offer, that was in the email that Irene wrote.
Aspiring engineer or commercial leader on a development program at GE Healthcare. Every moment is an opportunity to think big and play your part in creating a world where healthcare has no limits. Moments when you're developing an AI-driven platform to enhance patient care. Or redesigning incubators that will better monitor premature babies. When you're using your leadership skills to share our vision and shape the direction of precision healthcare. Or you're there for your peers through every high and low, going beyond the spreadsheets to see the possibilities your financial know-how and problem-solving abilities are helping to unlock. Or taking the time to learn how potential customers talk about health on TikTok and Twitter so we can provide better experiences. Maybe you're using the latest IoT technology to connect devices across one of our campuses. Advising on the regulatory and compliance strategy for the use of AI in medical devices. Or making one of the thousands of important decisions our teams make every day to keep operations running and deliver life-saving medical equipment to our customers. Whether it's in engineering or IT, operations or finance, as a graduate at GE Healthcare, every moment has the potential to transform your life, as well as the lives of millions of others. Choose world-class training, all-round support, and a culture where everyone's included.
Celebrating now 20 years of GE's partnership with First Wisconsin, and very excited that they've continued to recognize the value of this program to engage with top talent in the state.
So my daughter was actually very active in the FIRST program. So I'm a parent and a volunteer and a supporter. And just continue to be amazed at what the students come up with to solve very complex problems with solutions that have to work repeatably and accurately every time. It's amazing.
I'm from Appleton, Wisconsin, went to Appleton East High School, and was part of Team 93, New Apple Corps when I was in high school. We really operate like an engineering firm does during FIRST. I remember back in high school, you have part checkouts, and you're looking at dot control and making sure all the parts line up and they meet that rigorous process of full engineering. And in the real world, it's no different.
I'm a sophomore member on the team, and something that Coach Ashtos has helped me with is Agile.
All right, we are on playoff match 1. We have Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 8 in blue. If the winner of this match is going to stay alive in the upper bracket, and the loser of this match will be in the lower bracket. Starting off with 4786.
From Glendale, Nicolay Fear.
And then our Red Alliance captain, 1732.
They're out of Milwaukee, Hilltopper Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 6381.
From right here in Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
Shifting over to the Blue Alliance, we have 1259.
They're from Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And the Blue Alliance team captain, we have 2506.
They're out of Franklin, Saber Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, what time is it? 9:30.
From Mukwonago High School, Mukwonago Bears.
right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Alliance 1 in red, Alliance number 8 in blue. 3 quick scores from your red Alliance. Make it 4, make it 5 from Nicolay. Blue hot on their heels though. Here comes the second from McGuanago. A third looking to get on there from Paradigm as 25:06 goes up top. A last second miss there from Nicolay, but they're back in action. They got an algae, that coral's out of their robot, and they're headed to the barge. It is barge madness now. Their partners, Hilltoppers, looking to do the same. 2 minutes left. Alliance 1 is up by 12 points here. Add another 5 to that, but here comes Blue. McGuanago goes up with one of their own, falls to level 1. That's still points for the Blue Alliance. Paradigm Shift, they're looking to go up top. They got it. There's a 5 from them. McGuanago following suit. The score now just separated by 15 points. Red is outpacing them in sync, though. Both alliances with some scores in the barge. 5 from Paradigm, another from McGuanago, looking to be incoming here as the Blue Alliance trying to fill up level 4. Red nearly filled it already. Just one open remaining slot on that highest level of the reef. And that's where we see their score now jumping out to 30 points as the Delta with half the match to play. Fear coming in with more. Level 2, they got it. Hilltoppers, they got a coral. Where they're headed, level 3, another 4 points for them. 4 incoming from Fear. That algae-covered robot coming in hot with a coral. Both reefs at this point de-algified, so all scoring locations available, but it is still the red number 1 seeded Alliance up by 30 points with 45 to play. 3 more from Hilltoppers, another 4 from Fear. Saber goes up and they got some bite. Another 4 up top for Blue. McGuanago swerving around looking for some open positions. It's level 3 where they're gonna head. Red Raider Robotics, they've been trying to play defense, potentially score some for the Red Alliance, but now we're gonna see them look to the surface, latched on to their Red Alliance cage. We're gonna see them ascend as the sonar pings. Saber for Blue, looking to do the same. McGuanago right next to them. Hilltoppers next to them. About a 35-point advantage for the Red Alliance right now as Red Raider goes up. Saber's looking to go up. McGuanago trying to go up. Can Paradigm get up? 2 seconds, 2 robots for each alliance as the buzzer sounds in round 1, match 1. We have the scores from our first playoff match. It is the Red Alliance moving on in the upper bracket. 202 to Alliance 8's 156. Great scores from both alliances, but it is Alliance number 1 moving on in the upper bracket. We'll see Alliance number 1 again in round 2, match number 7. Alliance 8, they did lose the match, but they're not out of it yet. They're going to be playing in the lower bracket. We'll see them again in round 2, match number 5.
All right, we are on to playoff match 2. We have alliance number 4 in red, alliance number 5 in blue. Let's meet our teams. So, they're better than robotics, starting off with 1714.
From St. Thomas More High School, More Robotics.
Joining them on red is 1220.
They're from Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
And the Red Alliance captains, we have 6223.
From Menominee Falls High School, Arsenal of Engineering.
And moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have 7915.
From Ripon High School, Ripon Robotics.
And the captains of the Blue Alliance, we have 3197.
From Cedarburg, Hexhounds.
And rounding it off, they are fired up. It's 2194.
They're from Fond du Lac, Fundy Fire.
We have thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are cruising alliance number 4 in red and 5 in blue. One quick quarrel from your red alliance, but 3 now from blue. Another going up from Fondy Fire, and another attempt from the Hexhounds here with 2 seconds left. One more from red, but it looks like it bounces out. Blue is going to be up going into the teleoperated period, 30-13. Both of these alliances very close seeds, 4 and 5, so this is going to be a very close match. I can feel it. Fondy Fire coming in hot, though. Their partners, Ripon Robotics, de-algifying that reef. They've got another one in their possession, and they're going up, up, up with it all the way into their barge. Remember, no more ranking points, so that processor and the co-op bonus it comes with are no longer needed. It's just about points and staying alive in that upper bracket. Neither of these teams want to fall into the lower bracket and fight through against all 8 of these fantastic alliances. And that's where we see Rockhoppers, their idea, they know the best strategy for them is to shut these Blue Alliance teams down while their 2 partners, Arsenal of Engineering and More Robotics, focus on scoring. And right now it's keeping the match within 15 points. Some double duty there, de-algification and a coral scored on level 4. Arsenal of Engineering, a big fall after getting stranded on an algae. That's a tough break for red, but they're still in it with Rockhoppers and More Robotics on their alliance, maybe trying to right their partners or just push them out of the way to open up those scoring opportunities. We'll have to see here. 30 points. Blue is starting to gain a lead. Ripon has a coral. They're going up to level 5. They got it. Their partners Fondy up front with 4. Hexhounds out of Cedarburg. They're grabbing an algae and looking to go all the way up that elevator extended, and 4 points for your Blue Alliance, who has crested that 100-point threshold with 30 seconds to play. It's Moore and Rockhoppers who need to do the most. Moore's back at their coral station. Rockhopper picking up off of the ground. Some more on level 1 there as we hear the sonar ping. Blue has a bit of a lead, about 60 points. 2 blue robots looking to climb on those cages. Ripon and their partners, Hexhounds, nearly in sync, trying to go up. Hexhounds are up. Ripon looks like they're up. Can red get up? 3 seconds. Moore's up. Rockhopper's trying to go up, but not quite there as the buzzer sounds. Blue has the advantage. The scores are here for playoff match number 2 in our first round. Moving on in the upper bracket is your blue, number 5 seeded Alliance, 160 to Alliance 4's 93. The blue Alliance will be moving on in the upper bracket. We'll see them face the number 1 seeded Alliance in round 2, match number 7. The red Alliance, a tough break, but not out of it yet. They're in the lower bracket playing against our number 8 seed in round 2, match number 5.
All right, we are starting playoff match number 3. In red, we have Alliance number 2, and in blue, we have Alliance number 7. Let's meet our team, starting off with our Red Alliance captain. It's 7021.
From Arcadia, Wisconsin, TC Robotics.
And joining them, we have 5826.
From Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Avis Autonoma.
And rounding off the Red Alliance team, catching a wave, it's 2826.
From the Oshkosh Recreational Department in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have the Blue Alliance captains, 5903.
From Westby, Wisconsin, Thorbot.
And joining them, we have 4531.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, Steampunk.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, they run on E-Oil. It is 7103.
From Manitowoc Lutheran High School in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, Robo Remedy.
All right, divers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, guys, this is match 3, and these robots are on the move. Over here on the Red Alliance, they have 3 coral on L4. One more? Yes, they do. Another one on L4. Looking over here on the Blue Alliance, they seem to have 2 on L4 and 1 on L1. Now these divers will take control for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Looks like over here, 58-26, Avis Autonomo has just taken out algae from the reef. Looks like they're going from another one, working along with their other teammates to make sure that they can score on those levels. Taking a look over here on the Blue Alliance, looks like they are doing the same. 71-03, trying to score on that L4, while 45-31 grabs that algae from the reef and scores it on the net for the Blue Alliance. Same with 70-21, TC Robotics, they score an algae into that net, giving them those 4 points. 58-26 scores another one on L4. Right now, with Red Alliance having 81 and Blue Alliance having 55, score keeps getting up. All right, looking over here in the Blue Alliance, they have filled up the majority of the L4 with those coral. Well, 45-31 works collectively by taking off that algae and trying to score it into that net. All right, 28-26 now working on that L3 level, while 70-21 works with them, taking off that algae and scoring into that L4 level. 70-21 scores on that, getting them those 4 extra points. With 56 left still in the match, there's still a lot of points that could be scored. 130 from the Red Alliance. Blue is trying to catch up, scoring into that net and on those lower levels to get those ranking points from those teams. It looks like 59-03 is going through some issues with their drivetrain, while 71-03 simultaneously works to get on those L3 levels, and 45-31 going in those, scoring into that net, right? With 30 seconds still left to go, 51-26, looking like that they are scoring into those reef levels right there on L2. Now they are moving on with the last 20 seconds in the match. Looks like 70-21 TC Robotics has to successfully hang, while 45-31 Steampunked is trying to, where 70-03 is moving on forward. 28-26, 2 robots on the Red Alliance. It looks like Blue is trying with those 2 robots under the bar. All right, folks, we have the score, and it looks like the Red Alliance takes the win this time, right, with a final score of 178-98. The Lions 2 will move to the upper bracket, where in round 2, they will be competing in match 8. It is not over for the the 7th Alliance, right, because they will be moving on to the lower bracket, competing in round 2 and match 6.
All right, let's kick off playoff match 4. In red, we have alliance number 3. In blue, we have alliance number 6. Thank you. All right, let's meet our teams. Rising up from the deep, we have 8744.
Coming from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Leviathans.
Joining them is 2830.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And rounding off the red alliance, we have your captain, 1792.
Coming from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, we have Roundtable Robotics.
And diving into the blue alliance, we have 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, Warrior Bots.
And then we have your blue alliance captains. They don't rust. It is 6574.
Coming from Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
And capping off the blue alliance, we have 1306.
Coming from Badger Bots Robotics Corporation in Middleton, Wisconsin, Badger Bots.
I cannot. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, divers, these robots are swimming their way to the reef. It looks like on the Red Alliance, they have 3L4 on the reef. It looks like they're trying to form more on the Blue Alliance. It looks like they have 3 going for 4. It looks like 4 on the red and 4 on, and 3 on the Blue Alliance, right? With a score of 42 on the Red Alliance and 36 on the Blue Alliance, it looks like the scores are pretty tight right now. So let's see who finishes off this match with a win. It looks like 65-74. Fair Dermis gets an algae off the reef, but throws it off somewhere. It looks like 1306 Badger Bots puts that L4 coral on, giving their team so many points. All right, same thing with the McGuanaco. All right, looking over on the Red Alliance, 87-44, the Leviathans going for that L4 spot. Same thing with 1792. Roundtable Robotics goes to the core station to get that algae. Now going for that L3 level. It looks like on the Blue Alliance, they have mostly all the spots, but one filled on that L4, taking off most of the algae just floating everywhere. Now going for that L3. Same thing, moving their way over on the Red Alliance. They're moving their way around, scoring on the L3 level. Now going on the L2. It looks like Roundtable Robotics is taking over that position with 100 on the Blue Alliance and 96 moving up for the Red Alliance. The scores are really tight right now, still with 46 seconds left to go in the match. Looks like the Leviathans are moving their way around on the L3. Badger Bots taking care on that L2 level while their partner 64-21 is going for that L3. 65-74, Fair Dermis is finishing off that L4. Looks like all of the core on that L4 level on that Blue Alliance side. Now 20 seconds left to go. The scores are still pretty close. So it could be anyone's game. On the Red Alliance, 2 robots are trying to hang on that deep hang. Well, over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 2 robots. 64-21, Muskego hangs successfully. Same with their partner, 65-74. 1 robot on red and 2 on blue. 162 to 156. Alliance 3 will be going in match 8 against Alliance 2 up in the upper bracket. The losing Alliance, the blue one, will go against on match 6 against Alliance 7. It is not over for them.
All right, we are moving on to elimination match number 5 here in the lower bracket. We have Alliance number 8 over here in red, Alliance number 4 over there in blue. Winner will stay alive in the lower bracket moving into match number 10, where our loser will unfortunately be knocked out of the tournament. Let's meet our team. Starting us off on the red alliance, it's 1259.
From Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And joining them, it's 2506.
The Alliance captains from Franklin, Saber Robotics.
And capping off our red alliance, it's Team 930.
From Mukwonago High School, Mukwonago Bears.
All right, moving on over to our blue alliance. Starting us off, it's Team 1714.
They're from St. Thomas More High School, More Robotics.
And their partner, give it up for Team 1220.
From Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
And finishing us off on our blue alliance, give a round of applause for Team 6223.
The Alliance captains from Menominee Falls, Arsenal of Engineering.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Our first match of the lower bracket. This is an elimination match. These teams shifting it into the high gear, pulling out all the tools in their arsenal. 62-23, Arsenal of Engineering going up for another coral for the Red Alliance. McGuanago looking for their second, but not quite able to get it as well. We're tied up at 19. They don't want a McGuanago home. They want more. These alliances are kicking it into the high gear here as Moore goes up for another coral on level 4. 5 points. De-algification coming in from Saber. They're going up top with it. There it is. 4 points for that red robot. McGuanago, 4 on the reef. Rockhoppers, though, they're looking to get in the way, doing what they've done all playoffs long, play defense on this Red Alliance. Quickly, though, shifting gears, deciding they want to score right alongside their partners, Arsenal of Engineering over on the Blue Alliance. Arsenal maybe having some issues with their drivetrain. They're in front of their reef, now repositioning, getting ready to score as Saber for the Red Alliance goes up. Red is currently up by about 20 points. Paradigm shift going all the way up to level 4, but it falls. Their partners looking to get that second to last algae off of the reef and open up those scoring locations for McGuanago and Paradigm. There it is, another 5 from them. Trying to get 4 from McGuanago. It's placed but falls. This is an opportunity for the Blue Alliance, and that's Moore going up, up, up to level 4 for 5 points. Rockhoppers picking up off the ground, looking at level 1. De-algification in the process, and they're right back at it. Another set of points from Moore falling onto the field. Rockhoppers, though, right behind them to pick it up and score it for 2. Alliance 8 ahead by about 50 points as Saber looks to extend that. That algae is completely cleared from the Red Alliance reef. Blues reef, still 3 algae on there, but they're focused on the highest point value part of the reef. That's level 4. Red now starting to shift their focus to that area. They've got 3 open scoring locations McGuanago's looking to fill, although maybe with some issues with their manipulator, now heading over to Park during the end game. Saber, they're looking to go up. They are up and latched on. Their partners, Paradigm Shift, they're latched on. Let's see if they can get up. We've got a few seconds left in this match. 4 seconds. Trying to go up. It's Moore at the last second. Let's see if they can hold on as we hear the buzzer in round 2, match number 5. Scores are in. Moving on in the lower bracket, it is indeed your Red Alliance. Final score 133-86. Alliance number 8 continues on in the playoffs. We'll see them again in the lower bracket, round number 3, match 10. Now, with that loss, that unfortunately does mean it is the end of the day for a fantastic 4-seeded alliance. Please put your hands together for teams 12-20, Rockhoppers, team 17-14, Moore Robotics, and the alliance captains, team 62-23, Arsenal of Engineering, for a fantastic performance here at the Wisconsin State Championship.
All right, teams, we are into our playoff match number 6 here in the lower bracket. Over on the red side of the field, we have Alliance number 7 facing down Alliance number 6 on the blue side. Winner stays alive heading into match number 9, whereas our loser, unfortunately, will be going home. With that, let's meet our team. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 5903.
From Westby, Wisconsin, Thorbot.
And their partner, give it up for 4531.
Out of Two Rivers, Steampunk.
And their partners from up north, give it up for 7103.
From Manitowoc Lutheran High School, part of the Lakeshore First Robotics, Robo Remedy.
All right, making our way to our blue side of the field. Starting us off, it's 6421.
Out of Muskego High School, Warrior Bots.
And joining them on blue, it's 6574.
They're from Whitewater, Ferrodermis.
And finishing off our blue alliance, it's 1306.
They're from Middleton, Badger Bots.
All right, we have all thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
4 lower bracket matches, more playoff runs on the line here as we see the Blue Alliance with 3, Quick Coral up top on level 4. Red, not as much luck. They've got one in the trough, but here comes another from their partners in red. 7103, Robo Remedy, running on E-Oil, trying to claw this back. 15 points is the deficit. Plenty of time to make it up here. Thorbots laying down the hammer. There's 5, 7103, E-Oil up top for another. Steampunk, though, they've got a different aim. Their sights are set on the barge, looking to place that algae in there. Not quite what they were looking for. As that algae falls out, they're going to continue to de-algify this reef, though. 3 of the 6 algae already removed. There's the 4th coming off, but blue has been hard at work as well. Check it out, only 1 algae remaining on that Alliance's reef at the 1-minute 40-second mark. Badgerbots using that opportunity to score on those open locations. More level 5 scores here for your Blue Alliance. Actually having to switch gears and head on over to level 3 with some of those spots already fully taken. Last algae off the reef. It's scoring time for blue. Ferrodermis, they're going up, 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 looking for one of those final level 4 locations. They're on. Their partner's looking for the last one, capping it off. It's all level 3 and below for your Blue Alliance, who currently have the lead, set 91-72. Red, though, capping off their level 4 of the reef. Their sights are set on those lower goals, but it's Steampunk still looking for those algae in the barge. They still haven't been able to get one quite successfully, but they've got one in tow, and let's see what they can do with it here. They're trying to go up, 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 approaching the reef. They head on over, making contact with that algae, trying to perch it up there. Let's see if they can get it. Falling off narrowly. Their partners, though, busy scoring, hard at work. 93-136. It's Thorbots focused on level 3 with Robo Remedy. The Blue Alliance Warrior Bots looking at level 2 here. They've got another coral scored. Level 1 for Badger Bots. They're going fast, fast, fast with that human player. The coordination is absolutely immaculate as we hear the endgame sonar ping. 1 robot latch. That's Thorbots looking to go up. Steampunk also trying to get latched on their cage, but with 5 seconds, it's going to be Warrior Bots headed to the surface as the buzzer sounds in round 2, match number 6. scores are in for round 2, match number 6. Continuing on, it is the Blue Alliance. They win the match. Your number 6 Alliance 165 to 123. We will see the blue number 6 seeded Alliance again in the lower bracket, round 3, match number 9. Your number 7 Alliance, however, has been eliminated from the playoff tournament. Can you please put your hands together for teams 4531 Steampunk, team 7103 Robo Remedy, and the Alliance captains, team 5903 Thorbots.
All right, teams, we are moving into match number 7. We are back up in the upper bracket with Alliance number 1 in red and Alliance number 5 in blue. Winner will stay in the upper bracket and head into match 11, whereas the loser will drop down into our lower bracket, and we will see them shortly in match number 9. And with that, let's meet our team. Starting us off, it's team 4786.
From Glendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
And joining them, it's their captain. Give it up for 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, our Alliance 1 captain, Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them, it's your fabulous host, it's 6381.
From North High School in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
All right, moving on over to the blue side of the field. Let's make some noise for 7915.
From Ripton, Wisconsin, Ripton Robotics.
And joining them on their very orange squad, it's 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, our Alliance 5 captain, Hexhounds.
And capping us off, it's 2194.
Coming from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Fondy Fire.
All right, we have thumbs up on the field. Divers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, it looks like these robots are starting off strong. Looking over at the Red Alliance, getting 3, 4 core on that L4 level. Same with the Blue Alliance, 2194, looking like they're going for now 5 core on that 6 core actually on that L4 level. 79-15, looking to score an algae in that net and successfully doing so. Looking it over, it looks like 79-15 is taking in charge of that algae, making sure that it's being scored into the net, giving them those extra points. Coming behind them is 31-97 Hexouts, scoring another one into that net, while 21-94 is taking charge of that coral, getting it quickly from that coral station and scoring it into the L3. They have no problem because they have no algae on their reef. Looking over on the red alliance, it looks like 17-32 Hilltopper Robotics is taking care of that, taking off of the algae off of their reef for them, while 47-86 Nicolay Fears working on that L3 section. The score right now for the Blue Alliance being 118, moving up, and the Red Alliance 109. The scores are extremely close and can still change by the end of this match, as 47-86 takes that algae off of the reef and scores it into the net, successfully giving them those 4 points. 79-15 moving over after just scoring an L3, going over, getting a coral and putting it on that second one. Looks like they were going for that ranking point. Over here in the Red Alliance, it looks like they're moving quickly, they're moving swiftly, right? Getting some on that L2. Hilltoppers, Nicolay Fear working together simultaneously, while over here 63-81 working on defense, making sure that the Blue Alliance working to get that coral on that reef. With still 30 seconds left of the match, 160 on the Blue Alliance. It actually is pretty close, a three-point difference. Looks like over here, 63-81, they're looking at hanging, moving swiftly but surely. 79-15 and 31-97 working on the same thing, while 21-94 still making those points as the match ends. 6 seconds left in the match. Nicolay Fear not stopping to score points. Successfully 2 robots on that Blue Alliance and 2 on that Red Alliance. The scores are close. And the Red Alliance takes the win for this match, scoring 205 points, while the Blue Alliance scores 198. They will advance to the upper bracket, where they will be playing in round 4 in match 11. But don't worry, it is not the end for Alliance 5, because they will be moving down to the lower bracket, playing in round 3 in match 9.
All right, we are moving into match number 8, which is the last match of round 2 here at the Wisconsin State Championship. We have Alliance number 2 over here in red, facing off against Alliance number 3 in blue. Winner will be staying alive in the upper bracket, and our loser is going to be heading down into our lower bracket. So let's meet our team. Starting us off, it's 70-21.
From Arcadia, Wisconsin, TC Robotics.
And joining them, it's 58-26.
Coming from Chickawaw Falls, Wisconsin, Avis Autonoma.
And rounding out their alliance, give it up for 28-26.
Coming from the Oshkosh Recreational Department in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
All right, over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise for 87-44.
Coming from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Leviathans.
And joining them, it's 28-30.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And finishing off our alliance, it's 17-92.
Alliance 3 captain coming from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Roundtable Robotics.
All right, robot fans, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, starting this match with anticipation. It looks like over here in the Blue Alliance, they knocked down an algae, but they do get 2 corals on that L4. While over here in the Red Alliance, it looks like they have 4, going for 5, successfully doing 5 coral on that L4. As the drivers take control, the score right now on the Red Alliance is 44, and on the Blue Alliance, it is 23. The Blue Alliance can still catch up. 70-21 tries to score an algae onto the net, but it does jump out, unfortunately. 28-30, Riverside Robo Tigers looks like they're trying to put one on that L1 level, doing it precisely to making sure they can get those points. 17-92, Roundtable Robotics moves very fast as they get that coal from that coal station, tries to score it in that L4, while their teammate on the other side makes sure they scores on that L3. 70-21 does not fail on the second try because they do score that algae into that net, while their partners 28-26 and 58-26 do try on that L3 and L4 with anticipation, and still 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. It looks like the Blue Alliance is catching up with a score of 23 compared to the Red Alliance of a score of 89. They're catching up quick and swift. 70-21 successfully does one on the L4 and gets an algae simultaneously putting one in the net, and it does stay in. The Leviathans make sure that does work good, and it puts a coral on that L4. Roundtable does the same, but on L3, 28-30 Robo Tigers does make sure that they help them out by filling up that L3 level. Moving on over on the Red Alliance, it looks like they're almost done filling up all the coral for that L3 section. And moving on to that L2, they have 2 coral on that L2, making sure they finish it up to get that ranking point on that front side. With 30 seconds left to go, it looks like 58-26 is working on defense, trying to block the Blue Alliance from getting the coral from that core station. Riverside Robo Tigers working on doing that as well. With these last 20 seconds, the robots are working on hanging. Blue Alliance successfully does 2 robots on the barge, while the red successfully does 2 as well. All right, the scores are in, and it looks like the Blue Alliance takes the win for this match in a major upset. It looks like Alliance 3 will be moving up to the upper bracket, playing in round 4 in match 11. The Alliance 2 still has an opportunity moving down to the lower bracket, playing in round 3 in match 10.
right, we are moving into round 3. We are now in the lower bracket. We have Alliance number 5 in red, Alliance number 6 in blue. Let's meet our teams. Starting off, turning up the heat, we have 2194.
From Fond du Lac, Fondi Fire.
And their alliance partners, we have 3197.
From Cedarburg, the Alliance captains, Hexhounds.
And capping off the Red Alliance, we have 7915.
From Ripon Robotics.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have 6421.
From Muskego High School, Warrior Bots.
And joining them, we have 6574. They
They're
don't bust.
from Whitewater, Ferrodermis.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have a 1306.
From Middleton, Badger Bots.
Divers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are back here in the lower bracket. Hexhounds going up top. Their partners much the same. That's Fondi Fire with a coral. Hexhounds back with more. And their partners Ripon popping one on level 3. For blue, it's going to be Ferrodermis popping one on the front. And their partners Badger Bots going up to level 4 there. But red is coming away with the advantage, 57-23. One looking for the second from Hexhounds. Algae in the barge here. Another 8 points going the way of your Red Alliance. Blue, some catch-up work to do it, but I think they can muster up the strength, especially with that 5 points coming in from 64-21 Warrior Bots here on the Blue Alliance. Another 5 coming in from them. 5 from Badger Bots and 5 on there from Ferrodermis. It's all offense, all match here as the Red Alliance just hits the 100-point threshold. Last Algae off of the reef, and Ripon's going up top with it. There it is. That's 5 in there for the Red Alliance. Double the Blue Alliance's score currently at the halfway mark in the match. Hexhounds going for another 5. Ripon sliding in right behind them for some more. Popping it on level 1, letting their partners score on those higher levels. Fondi Fire swerving in, looking high, but maybe a little too high as that coral falls off of the reef. An opportunity for blue to make up some of this delta. More from Badger Bots coming in on level 3, flipping that wrist. They're going up to level 3. There it is, 4 points from them. A couple attempted from Ferrodermis, but Warrior Bots sliding in to help with that. Blue about to hit 100 points at the 50-second mark. Red already there, about to hit 150. They're going up for another Algae. It's the Hexhounds. Up top in the barge, bouncing around, but it's up and in. 6. Can they make it 7 here? Up, up, up goes Hexhounds. Up and in. Nothing but net here on the barge. Look at that, barely even disrupting those pre-staged game pieces. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, the field has a lot of elements on it, but those are elements that can be scored. But now both of these alliances, we see blue especially, turn to the barge. 64-21, we know where they want to head, the surface. They're already latched onto their cage, ready to climb. Ferrodermis wants to go with them. Hexhounds maybe hooked, but a big fall as partners Ripon go up at the last second. 191 to 127 at the buzzer here in round 3, match number 9. are in. Moving on in the lower bracket is your Red Alliance. 205 to 141. Alliance number 5 looking to continue a lower bracket run here. We'll see them again in round 4, match number 12. But with that, Alliance number 6 comes to the end of the road here at the Wisconsin State Championship. Please put your hands together for Team 6421 Warrior Bots, Team 1306 Badger Bots, and the Alliance captains, Team 6574 Farah Dermis, for a fantastic performance here at the Wisconsin State Championship.
All right, we are starting playoff match 9. We are still in the lower bracket with Alliance number 2 on red and Alliance number 8 in blue. The winner of this match stays alive, but the loser will unfortunately be going home. All right, let's meet our team, starting off with 7021.
They're from Arcadia, TC Robotics.
And joining them is 5826.
Out of Chippewa Falls, Avis Automata.
And riding the wave with them is 2826.
Representing Oshkosh Recreational Department, Wave Robotics.
And shifting over to the Blue Alliance, we have 1259.
They're from Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And joining them on blue, we have 2506. And rounding off the alliance, we have 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Mukwonago Bears, along with their partners, the Alliance captains, Saber Robotics.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Lower bracket elimination on the line, 1, 2, not quite the third from red. Blue, though, only 1, so they're trying to match it here with another score from Paradigm Shift. Saber, meanwhile, going up top, it's barge time. Mukwonago, Paradigm, that's 3 on there. Red up to 4. And that's going to get us to 44-37, slight edge to your number 8 alliance. The Coral goes flying here at the start. It's heli-operated. Not quite the reef, but it's not out of the field. And we see Avis going up top to the barge. Saber doing barge as well. They've done it all day long, and they're not stopping now. Up, 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 but maybe they'll have to contend with the defense of Avis Automata, shifting their sights to defense on the Blue Alliance. 2 red robots scoring unimpeded. That's TC and Wave, and they are filling up this reef. Check it out. Already taking the lead up to 79 points. Blue trying to claw it back. 83 now for red. McGuanago's got a coral. Where they headed? Level 3. Saber opening up more opportunities on level 3. Avis in front of that coral station trying to shut it down. Not seeing any robots though, as McGuanago heads over to the alternate one alongside their partner's Paradigm Shift. Another level 3 score. Red's level 4 is filled entirely. They're focused on the lower levels now, and the number 8 Alliance still with the advantage with a minute to play. 4 points. This match is a banger here. Red Alliance now starting to take the lead. 117 and 113, a minute left. Wave going for more, making a splash on level 3. A big collision between 2 Blue Alliance robots. Saber still focused on the algae, and Paradigm on the reef. Saber trying to grab one more. They got it. Another one potentially for them to grab here. Rolls to the Blue Alliance side of the station as Wave is all coral, all time. Level 2, they've filled up 2 levels of the reef here on the Red Alliance. They've only got 2 more to go. 30 seconds left, still 4 points the deficit. And here comes Paradigm trying to grab a coral, but now that defense is paying off big time. McGuanago, another level 3 score as they look to climb in the final 20 seconds. 1 point separating these 2 alliances. McGuanago trying to go up. Saber trying to go up. TC is lined and ready to climb. Wave looking to do so as well. 8 seconds. Who is going up? McGuanago's trying. Saber's trying. Paradigm, TC, Wave. All 6 robots in the barge zone. 6 points in favor of your Blue Alliance. We'll have the scores shortly for playoff match number 10. By 6 points. Moving on in the lower bracket, let's check out those results. The Blue Alliance. Your number 8 seeded Blue Alliance continues on, 183 to 177, knocking out the number 2 seed here at the Wisconsin State Championship. We'll see them again in round 4, match number 12. That does mean it is the end of the road for Alliance number 2. A fantastic performance here. Please give it up for Team 5826, Avis Automata. Team 2826, Wave Robotics. And the Alliance captains, Team 7021, TC Robotics.
One reason why I think first teams should consider Regal Rexnord is because it's I would say like a next logical step.
I think entering into first opened the door to engineering for me.
I get really excited by being able to work on a different thing every day.
The opportunity that this company gives me to learn, and they want to see me grow.
A lot of the things that you do in first, a lot of the components you work with, the robotics, the automation, a lot of our products depend heavily and revolve around all those systems and parts.
And that is like fundamentally like what we do here at Rexnord.
So you can take a lot of the experience that you have from first and say, I already know what this is, I recognize how it works.
We're an engineering company through and through. Our products do have real world impact.
Mining to food and beverage and e-commerce, something new all the time.
We create a better tomorrow.
We create a better tomorrow.
We create a better tomorrow.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Aspiring engineer or commercial leader on a development program at GE Healthcare. Every moment is an opportunity to think big and play your part in creating a world where healthcare has no limits. Moments when you're developing an AI-driven platform to enhance patient care. Or redesigning incubators that will better monitor premature babies. When you're using your leadership skills to share our vision and shape the direction of precision healthcare. Or you're there for your peers through every high and low. Going beyond the spreadsheets to see the possibilities your financial know-how and problem-solving abilities are helping to unlock. Or taking the time to learn how potential customers talk about health on TikTok and Twitter so we can provide better experiences. Maybe you're using the latest IoT technology to connect devices across one of our campuses. Advising on the regulatory and compliance strategy for the use of AI in medical devices. Or making one of the thousands of important decisions our teams make every day to keep operations running and deliver life-saving medical equipment to our customers. Whether it's in engineering or IT, operations or finance, as a graduate at GE Healthcare, every moment has the potential to transform your life, as well as the lives of millions of others. Choose world-class training, all-around support, and a culture where everyone's included.
All right, teams, we are moving right along into round number 4 as we head into the final stretch of our elimination matches here. We have Alliance number 1 in red facing Alliance number 3 over in blue. Winner stays alive up here in the upper bracket, and the loser will drop down into our lower bracket, but stick around in our elimination rounds. Let's meet our team. Starting us off, it's 6381.
Coming from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
And joining them, it's their captain. Give it up for 1732.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Alliance 1 captain, Hilltopper Robotics.
And capping off this alliance, it's 4786.
From Glendale, Wisconsin, coming from Nicolay Union High School, Nicolay Fear.
All right, we're over here on the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, it's 8745.
Coming from Eau Claire, Leviathan.
And their partners, it's 2830.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And capping us off on blue, it's 1792.
Coming from Oak Creek High School, the Alliance 3 captain, Roundtable Robotics.
All right, we have a thumbs up here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, it looks like we are starting off strong on match 11, round 4. It looks like on the Blue Alliance successfully putting 3 on that L4. Can they do 4? I don't know. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like they have 3 on that L4, waiting to do some more. Score right now, the Red Alliance has 56, the Blue Alliance has 35. It looks like over here, 28-30, Riverside Robo Tigers, they are playing some defense, making sure that the Red Alliance does not get any coral from that station. It's okay, because they're moving on to the other side, where the Hilltopper Robotics does not let them be stopped by the defense. Over here, Nicolay Fear grabs some algae, same with Hilltopper, scoring them into that net for the Red Alliance. The Leviathans, 87-44, try to pick up some coral from the ground and scores it into L4. It looks like there's another robot on defense, 63-81. Red Raider Robotics try to stop them from that coral station. Moving on down to the L3 for Blue Alliance. It looks like the Red Alliance is moving on a strong start, pushing it over onto that L3 and L2, where Nicolay Fear is working on those L3 levels, making sure to finish off that round. With 1 minute still left to go, Blue Alliance has 68, Red has 116. Blue Alliance can catch up in the 1 minute we do have left. Looks like there's a lot of algae rolling around over there on the Blue Alliance. Roundtable Robotics scoots that algae away to make sure that they can get the coral they need, right? While the Leviathan scores on that L4 level while they are ready. Nicolay Fear does not stop from scoring into that L3 level. Looks like they're almost done with 4 more spots left to go. Hilltopper scores another one into the net with those 4 extra points. 30 seconds left and they're going on pretty strong. It looks like 63-81 is now moving towards that hanging section. Moving on to the barge, same with 28-30. Robo Tigers moving into that deep hang and making sure that they can do it successfully and prosperly. With 10 seconds left on the mark, these robots are trying their hardest to hang before the match, while the robots on each side still scoring that goal to get those many points as possible. with us, winning with a score of 180 to 134. Alliance 1 will now advance to being the finalist, while Alliance 3 will move to the lower bracket. They will play in round 5, match 13.
All right, robot fans, we are here at match number 12 at the end of round number 4, where we have Alliance number 8 over here as our red alliance facing Alliance number 5 in blue. Winner will make it into match 13, which is our final match here before finals, whereas our loser will be going home. Let's meet our team. Starting us off on red, it's 12:59.
Coming from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
And joining them, it's Team 2506.
Coming from Franklin, Wisconsin, the Lion State captain, Saber Robotics.
And their partners in red, give it up for Team 930.
Coming from McGuanago High School in McGuanago, Wisconsin, they are the McGuanago Bears.
All right, over here on blue, turning it up with 2194.
Coming from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Fondy Fire.
And joining them, it's their captain, Team 3197.
Coming from Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Alliance 5 captain, Hexhounds.
And running us out on blue, it's 7915.
From Ripton, Wisconsin, from Ripton High School, Ripton Robotics.
All right, we are ready here on the field. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, these teams are giving it their go because it is an elimination round, meaning the team that loses the match does end up going home. It looks like Saber Robotics does an algae during auto, same with an L4 scoring on Coral. It looks like the Blue Alliance has successfully done 4 on the L4 level during auto and 1 on L3. It looks like 7915 Ripton Robotics scores one algae into that net while also taking 1 off the reef right immediately after. Looks like they are really focusing on that algae scoring into that net. Saber Robotics, their strong focus, the net as they always do. 12:59 Paradigm Shift scores in that L4 with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go, with the Blue Alliance having 85 and the Red Alliance having 69. There's still enough time for the scores to be tied. Looking over 7915 Ripon Robotics scores 1 on L4. Looks like all L4 levels have been filled and they're moving on to L3. Thankfully, they have no algae in those reef to make sure that they don't struggle. Over here, 930 going on to that core station, getting that core as fast as they can and making sure they move that algae out of the way so they can put it on that L3 station. 12:59. Paradigm Shift still continuing with that L4, making sure they finish, and they're almost done. They need around 3 left. Sim Robotics, another beautiful score into the net. Same with Ripton Robotics, scoring those 4 points as usual. With 50 seconds left to go, Red Alliance having 121 and the Blue Alliance having 150. Red Alliance can still catch up with the blue with 3194 hex sounds. Still getting that core from that station to finish off that L4 that was needed. Moving on to the last 30 seconds of the match, they're getting their last algae, their last coral, scoring it, making sure that they can hang with patience and success. 20-second mark, 9:30 and 25:06, approaching the barge as well as the Blue Alliance, 79:15, and their other teammate working on hanging simultaneously. It looks like they get a little stuck there with 5 seconds left to go. It looks like Blue Alliance has 1 robot and Red Alliance has 1 as well. All right, the scores are in, and it looks like the Blue Alliance wins this match. With a score of 192 to 175, the winner will advance to the lower bracket, playing in round 5 and match 13. Unfortunately, this is the end for Alliance 8. Please give a round of applause to Alliance 8. 9:30 McGuanago Bears, 25:06 Sierra Robotics, and 12:59 Paradigm Shift.
All right, Wisconsin State champions. Who here has had a fantastic elims? All right, we are excited to get into our first of several award breaks here at the Wisconsin State Champions. Can we please give a warm welcome to our fabulous judges, led by Judge Advisor Kristen Flickinger. All right, so if your student or your team wins an award, here is how it is going to work. You are going to come down to the field, and you are going to high-five all the judges. Where are they at? Woohoo! And remember to grab your award. And then you are going to head over to the photo area where Jane is waving to get a photo of your team with that award. And with that, we are ready to present our first award, which is the Spirit of First Wisconsin Award. So this is an award for our students. This Student Leadership Award recognizes student team members who competed in the 2024-2025 FRC season that exemplify the FIRST core values and whose team and community have substantially benefited from this student's participation in FIRST. We would like to recognize all of the nominees of this award. Would all nominees of this award please rise? All right, and with that, we are ready to hand out some hardware to our winners. We will be giving out 2 awards today. The first Spirit of Wisconsin Award goes to Amanda E. of Team 930.
McGuanago Bears from McGuanago High School.
Congratulations. And for our second Spirit of Wisconsin Award, this one is going to be handed out to Abigail F. of Team 2194.
Fondy Fire from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Founded in 2007, this is their 19th season competing with FIRST.
Congratulations to all of our award nominees and winners for the Spirit of First Wisconsin Award here today. There are so many volunteers that put in countless hours of work and planning before and during the event. We are going to take a moment to recognize them as our planning committee for this event steps onto the field. First, we'd like to recognize our field volunteers, which include your field resetters, your cuers, your scorekeepers, and led by Field Supervisor Dave Godfrey. Our pit volunteers, which includes pit admin, spare parts, safety attendants, and your awesome pit admin supervisor, Brian Severns. And to all of the volunteers on our planning committee working behind the scenes, like with volunteer registration, and our fabulous volunteer coordinator and first alumnus, Nick Ackerman. The next award we are going to be presenting is the Most Valuable Volunteer Award. To present this award, please welcome our judge advisor, Kristen Flickering, and the rest of the First Wisconsin Championship Planning Committee.
The First Wisconsin Most Valuable Volunteer Award recognizes an individual that key volunteers from the First Wisconsin regional events believe went above and beyond the season to give teams an excellent event experience. Nominations were sourced by key volunteers at this year's events, and the final selection was made by the Wisconsin State Championship Planning Committee. Here is what other volunteers had to say about the winner of this award. This first alum is a versatile volunteer, having served in a variety of roles across all 3 programs. They are a gracious professional who knows the value of both having a plan and going with the flow. With a keen eye for spotting and developing talent, this volunteer has a vision for the future and has been an integral part of this season's show. For their support of First Wisconsin events, the First Wisconsin Most Valuable Volunteer Award goes to Kenneth Matthew.
All right, and with that, that concludes our first award break here at the First Wisconsin State Championship. We'll be getting ready for match 13 in just a moment, and then we're going to hand out some more awards. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
Test.
All right, we are headed into the 5th round, playoff 13. In red, we have alliance number 3. In blue, we have alliance number 5. We are still in the lower bracket, so the winner of this match will stay alive and the loser will be eliminated. Let's meet our teams. Starting off with 8741.
Coming from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Leviathans.
And joining them is 2830.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 1792.
Coming from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Alliance 3 Captain, Roundtable Robotics.
And for the Blue Alliance, we have 7915.
Coming from Ripton, Wisconsin, Ripton Robotics.
And joining them is 3197.
Coming from Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Alliance 5 Captain Hexhound.
And turning up the heat, we have 2194.
Coming from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Fondy Fire.
We have thumbs up. Let's get match 13 started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we are getting started here. This is an eliminating match, meaning if you snooze, you lose. Coming over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like they have 3 coral on that L4. 7915 Ripton Robotics does have an algae in their mechanism. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like 1792 Roundtable got an algae onto their reef. They also do have 2 corals on L4, and the Leviathans does change that, as well as 2830 getting another one on that L4 level. Doing it again, Leviathans, with the score being Blue Alliance having 55 and the Red Alliance having 49. It is a very tight score right now. However, the match just started, so that can change. Over here, the 3197, the Hexhounds, gets another algae from the reef and looks to score it into that net, getting those 4 points. 7915 Ripton Robotics does get one on that L4. 2194 Fondy Fire does try to get another core from that core station to make sure to fill up all those levels on the L4. It looks like they only have 2 before they can successfully fill all the L4 levels. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like the majority have been filled by the Red Alliance teams. Now they're moving on to the L3. There's a lot of algae moving on in the game field. Over here, 3197 is playing defense, preventing the Leviathans from getting core from their corresponding coral station. 2830 moving on. It looks like they have been playing some defense to make sure that the Red Alliance does not get Core from that core station. With 40 seconds left still to go, the Blue Alliance has 101 and the Red Alliance has 111. So it is a very tight score. 79-15. Ripton does still go for those L3 levels. Same with 21-90 for Fondi Fire. They're working together to get all those level points. For these final 20 seconds, they are now working 28-30, working on hanging on there. The robots are now approaching the bars so that they can hang on time in these last 8 seconds that are left. It looks like 1792 is struggling to hang, being caught on in algae, and that is game with one robot on blue and one robot on red. this win with a score of 147 to 135. The Lions 3 will advance to be the second finalist. Unfortunately, this is the end for Alliance 5. Please give a round of applause to Alliance 5. 2194 Fawny Fire, 3197 Hex Hounds, and 7915 Ripton Robotics.
Wow, what an exciting match. As we get ready for the next one, we're going to jump into the second awards break. Please join me in welcoming back our amazing judges. All right, and our first award is Rookie Sensation. This award recognizes a 2024-2025 rookie team that took the first mission to heart and embodies the first ethos. This team has already made significant progress to find a balance between the technical and non-technical aspects of a team. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This rookie team started small but strong. Inviting friends, they not only built a robot, but also a business plan and a fun time. Aren't you glad these students kicked it into overdrive? The Rookie Sensation Award goes to Team 10553.
Orange Overdrive from Oregon, Wisconsin. Founded in 2025, this is their rookie season competing with first.
Next, we have the Judges Award. This award recognizes a team that the judging panel identified as having contributions both on and off the field, success during competition, or team community that deserved acknowledgement. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team helps students take their first steps down the STEM pathway. Their organization blew the judges away with its comprehensive and no corner cutting techniques. Finding the parts is easy as first scan, and this team knows how to put all of them together. The Judges Award goes to Team 1792.
Roundtable Robotics from Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Founded in 206, this is their 10th season competing with first.
All right, and the last award for this break is the Business Excellence. This award recognizes a team that expresses an entrepreneurial spirit, a comprehensive business plan to define, manage, and achieve a team's ongoing objectives, or they have established a recognizable social media presence in which they foster unity between the team, their sponsors, and the broader community. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team put the excellence in the Business Excellence Award. Their business plan must make the other teams red with envy. They impressed the judges with their commitment to improving their community and the hosting of 2 off-seasons with a twist. The Business Excellence Award goes to Team 6421.
Warrior Boss from Muskego, Wisconsin. Founded in 2017, this is their 9th season competing with First.
Congratulations again, teams, and thank you, judges. That's going to be a wrap on the second award break.
All right, teams, welcome to the Wisconsin State Championship Finals! We are excited to get going here in finals match number 1, but first, we need to meet our teams for our ceremonial handshake. So first, we're gonna bring out the captain of our number 1 seeded alliance, and that's 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them, it's their first pick. Give it up for 4786.
From Glendale, Wisconsin, Nicolay Fear.
And capping us off on the Red Alliance, give a big warm welcome to Team 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
And now, let's announce our Blue Alliance, our Seed 3 Captain 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Roundtable Robotics.
And then let's give it up for their first pick, 8744.
Coming from Eau Claire, the Leviathans.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, their second pick, 2830.
Coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Riverside Robo Tigers.
Now, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, in the spirit of gracious professionalism, please do a ceremonial handshake.
All right, we're gonna get going with finals match number 1 in just a second. Who thinks it's gonna go to the Red Alliance? And who thinks it's gonna go to our Blue Alliance? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
All right, we have a thumbs up down here on the field. As some of you may know, this is my first time, so I want help from everyone in the audience to count down for our first finals match here. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, finals one match. These teams are so locked in. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like they have 2 coral on that L4. It looks like they're going for another one, successfully getting another one. Right over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like they have 3 on that L4, going for another one. Can they make it? Yes, they can. The score right now going Blue Alliance 35, Red Alliance doing 38. The scores are still very close. Over here, Nicolay Fierce scoring an algae into the net. Same with 1732, the Hilltoppers successfully doing so. Nicolay Fierce scoring on L4 and scoring an algae into the net simultaneously. Same with the Hilltoppers. Moving over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like 63-81 Red Raiders. They are playing some defense to prevent the Blue Alliance from getting the core from their respected core station. It looks like 1792 Round Table has been blocked by the Red Alliance team, so they're moving on to that other side coral station. Over here, the Leviathans have grabbed their coral from the ground and scoring it into that L4. Same with the Roundtable Robotics. With still 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go, it looks like the Red Alliance is taking the lead with 110 points. Can the Blue Alliance catch up before then? Hilltopper is scoring another 4 points for that algae into that net. Another L2 win for Nicolay Fear. Looks like 28-30. Riverside Robo Tigers are playing some good defense, preventing the Hilltoppers from advancing from that coral station. Moving on here to the Blue Alliance, it looks like their L4 stations is pretty filled up. Now moving on to the L3, Red Alliance has the L4 and L3 pretty filled up and pretty locked in. With these last 30 seconds, it looks like 63-81 Red Raider. They are hanging on a little early. Same with 28-30, hanging on to make sure that they're able to get on within the last 20 seconds, while the Hilltoppers and Nicolay are keep scoring in the meantime. Right here, the Leviathans are scoring while their team member Roundtable is scoring in the meantime. With 5 seconds left in the match, it looks like there are 1 robot on the Red Alliance and 1 robot on the Blue Alliance hanging. All right, folks, for this finals one match, it looks like there's a win from the Red Alliance, having a final score of 177 to 117. Don't worry, this is not the end for Alliance 3 because it will be another final match to determine the results.
So, the Red Alliance has the advantage in taking our first finals match. We'll see in just a few moments if they are really the big cheese or if the Blue Alliance has something to say about it. While both alliances are recharging for finals 2, we're going to welcome back our judges to present our final set of judged awards. Kicking it off, we have the Breakthrough Award. This award recognizes a team that persevered through any challenge that the 2024-2025 season threw at them and rose to the first core values in the face of obstacles. Their team environment has fostered growth of both the individuals and the team as a whole in their confidence and capabilities. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team recognized a weakness in outreach and elected to fix it. A recent spark ignited the fire that drove this amazing outreach. Join us in gleefully congratulating Team 2194.
Bondi Fire from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Founded in 2007, this is their 19th season competing with FRC.
All right, next up is the Programming Award. This award celebrates the team that has demonstrated a professional approach to the software design process with reliable, high-performance autonomous robot operation, the ability to position itself and execute tasks, and an innovative control system or application of control components to provide unique machine functions. Here is what the judges had to say about the winners of this award. This team has a powerful drive station, including backup contingency plans for when things are icy. This team also used a vision system to help the robot navigate the field. When it comes to programming, this team does more than just smile and wave. The Programming Award goes to Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Founded in 2006, this is their 20th season competing with FRC.
Okay, next we have Engineering Design. This award celebrates a professional approach to the design process, intentional creativity that enhances play strategy, a balance between form, function, and aesthetics, or machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team's design gave us something to sink our teeth into. Their LG-focused robot went through many iterations to create a clean and robust competitor. Even though they sent out an SOS, this team needed no help. The Engineering Design Award goes to Team 2506.
Sabre Robotics from Franklin, Wisconsin. Founded in 2008, this is their 18th season competing with FIRST.
All right, again, those were our final judged awards. Let's give one more big round of applause for the judges and all their hard work today. And let's give one more round of applause to all of our award winners. And we are going to clear the field for finals match 2, what could be our last match here at the 2025 Wisconsin State Championship.
All right, teams, we are ready here on the field for finals match number 2. Currently, the Red Alliance, Alliance number 1, is up 1-0 in the series. If they take this next match, they will be your Wisconsin State champs. But if the Blue Alliance takes this one, we will be going to finals 3. And with that, let's meet our team. Starting us off, it's 63-81.
From right here in Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
And it's your captains. Make it loud for 1732.
They're out of Milwaukee, Hilltopper Robotics.
And capping up our Red Alliance, it's 47-86.
Out of Nicolay Union High School in Glendale, Nicolay Fear.
Allison, I am looking forward to the Blue Alliance turning the tables. Let's start off with 87-44.
They're out of Eau Claire, Leviathan.
And joining them is 28-30.
From Milwaukee, Riverside Robo Tigers.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 1792.
They're the Alliance captains from Oak Creek, Round Table Robotics.
All right. It really helped to have the entire audience help me count down. So let's do that again. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Finals 2, the number 1 seeded Red Alliance with the advantage, but Blue has something to say about it. Check out those 2 Coral, looking for a third from Round Table, maybe resetting, reevaluating here in auto, but Hilltoppers are back for more. Fear's back for more. Pop that on. That's a 6th potentially on the ground, but still they're up 44-23, looking to take home our very first Wisconsin State Championship and do it with some algae up top in the barge. 1 in, 1 flying out from Hilltoppers, but they're still going up top. More Reef scoring from them. 5 points, 5 more from Nicolay. Their partners, Red Raider, they're on the opposite side of the field here playing defense on your Blue Alliance, who are currently all scoring. That's Riverside, Round Table, and Leviathans all popping them on at the same time. The score just 20 points the difference with 1:40. 2 Red Alliance robots scoring, and they've got everywhere to do it. That's the last algae coming off the Red Alliance reef, being tossed into their barge from Hilltoppers. 1:30 to play, and these robots are still cruising. Leviathans, that ground intake, picking them up off of the field. Their partners using that Coral Station. Riverside Robo Tigers sliding on in. Their partners sliding out. That's Round Table Robotics. Let's see where they head with it. That dual-sided arm going to level 3. Maybe some de-algification as well. There it is. That algae is on the field. Hilltoppers looking for more. There's another on level 4. 1 more location open, but they're headed to the barge. It's algae time. Barge madness bouncing out. Hit the rim, but Red is still up 141 to Alliance 3's 85 here. Popping them on level 3. The last level 4 slot being filled. Nicolay laying down the law here on the Red Alliance side of the field with about 30 seconds to play. Another from Nicolay. On the blue side, still 3 scoring robots. Red Raider defense, they're done with that. They are looking to get to the surface. They're latched onto their cage and ready to ascend. That sonar ping is out, and Riverside's ready to do so as well. Leviathan still going for Coral. 178 to 107. More algae from Hilltoppers bouncing out. Red Raider, it's time to go up. 5 seconds. Can Riverside get up? Hilltoppers, they're up at the last second here in finals match number 2. Scores in. We have a Wisconsin state champion, your red number 1 seeded Alliance, 200 even to Alliance number 3's 115. Your number 1 Alliance are Wisconsin state champions. We're going to clear the field, invite the judges down one more time to hand out our final set of awards.
What a thrilling conclusion to our very first Wisconsin State Championship. For our final set of awards, please welcome the judges one more time back to the field. First, we will be presenting the Wisconsin State Championship Finalist Award. This award celebrates the alliance that made it to finals and were runners-up at the Wisconsin State Championship. First, we would like to recognize the Alliance captain, Team 1792.
Round Table Robotics from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Founded in 2006, this is their 10th season competing with FIRST.
And joining them, it's their first pick. Please give it up for Team 8744.
Leviathans from the Pablo Center at the Confluence in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Founded in 2022, this is their 4th season competing with FIRST.
And for our third Alliance member, it's 2830.
Riverside Robo Tigers from Riverside University High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Founded in 2009, this is their 17th season competing with FIRST.
The final award we will be presenting is our Wisconsin State Championship Winner Award. This award celebrates the Alliance that made it to finals and won it all. They can proudly call themselves the 2025 Wisconsin State Champions. First, let's give congratulations to their Alliance captain, Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Founded in 2006, this is their 20th season competing with FIRST.
Now get pumped for their partners. It's 4786.
Nicolay Fear from Nicolay Union High School in Glendale, Wisconsin. Founded in 2013, this is their 13th season competing with FIRST.
And finally, please make it loud for Team 6381.
Red Raider Robotics is from North High School in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Founded in 2017, this is their 9th season competing with FIRST.
Congratulations to all of our fantastic teams who came out and competed today. Give yourselves one final round of applause. Thank you all for being such a great audience today, bringing your gracious professionalism and supporting the next generation of innovators and STEM leaders. And thank you to everyone for making this such an excellent competition, celebration, and first robotics competition season. There are competitions running across the state all summer long, and we hope to see you at a first event soon. Thank you all so very much, and have a safe trip home. If the winning alliance would like a photo on the field, you can come over to the red side of the field for team photos. Thank you all.